Well. Where the fuck is... No, it's just appearing late every time. I don't know why it is like that. And we're blocking Patriots. Oh god. Are you sure? By the way, my Civ, or rather any of my supporters, will only be level 60. Just so you know. And I don't know her module level. I hope that... Luna, you are... Are you though? Wait. Before I judge thee again. You are still alive! Go away! Miss Mayars! You have your own stream. Go away! Also, look, it's Magical Dawn. Oh wait, let's hope it's not still on maintenance. Because I can't add you if the game's on maintenance. No, I hope it's not. Yeah, while I'm adding Renee in the background, why don't I get the worst out of the way? Why don't I get the worst out of the way and see how unlucky I can be? I've done the single tickets already. Hateful Sin. Yeah, it was the free tickets and the one paid lunacy thing. I got nothing. I'm gonna do 2 more singles now. Just to be done with it. With Mod's talent and Mod base effects, Related Turner and Shoe talent, Mod only takes around 42% from Patriot. If you actually want to actively block him with Mudrock, then shouldn't you also add Thorn's Altar S1 to the mix? Because his healing is not Inspire, so it stacks with Civilites and Shoes healing. If you need it. No need. Argument Poseidon. Okay, I was right. We did get nothing in chat. I was indeed correct about that. The game's still starting in the back. Rip the band-aid off. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zera gets nothing. Nothing. That way you do full 10 full. There's no difference. Wait, add. Chris Halwald. Your support units are kinda whack. Let me put on Civilite Eterna. Yeah, she's mod 2 only. I hope that's still enough. I could check if I can give her mod 3, but I think mod 3 does barely anything. 3 particles, 1.6 per second, disappears after... Is there even a change? Oh, wait. It immediately recovers the operator's HP equal to 20%, and it's 30% on M3. Sure, honestly, yeah. Okay, Civilites, her mod is now mod 3 as well. So yeah, enjoy, Derene. Hello, I've been up since 12 PM. Why? Why would you do that? Okay. Well, this is my 10th vote. It will have nothing. Yay! Okay, so that is 20 pulls without anything. That's 30 pulls without anything. I stand by what I said. This is nothing. Oh, well, 40 without anything? Yeah. $40 without anything. I love this. This is great. This is amazing. I'm gonna have to shard it again, just like fucking Lantern Gregor, won't I? It's gonna be the same fucking thing. Oh my god. Okay, well. Yep, okay. The thing, I wasn't joking when I said, when everyone else is lucky, I won't be. And it is just fact. Yep. Bro, is that 60 pulls without anything? Yep, that's 60 pulls without anything. And I want both. Oh well. That's life. Oh, 70 pulls without anything. Yup. This is great. I swear to God. I apparently don't deserve this. Nope, not there. Well, that's the last I have. Nothing. Literally nothing. Okay, yeah, sure. It's not like this is literally the equal for my favorite identity that would prevent her from suiciding. Sure, I didn't want this. There's... Nice. Nothing. Nothing. I don't fucking care for the wallet. Of course I get those. Because I don't fucking care. Great. Fuck off, game. I have nothing. Neither do I have Faust shards, nor do I have Gregor shards, so... I guess I just don't deserve this. Oh yeah, mock me more, why don't you? Oh. Whatever. Can't change it. Time to make myself even more sad by looking at this. To change to hard? No. If I do these on hard, then I won't be able to do it in the time frame I am left with for this entire week to do this. Of which I've already wasted 13 minutes by being a miserable piece of shit about my 80 pulls without anything. And then a fucking penguin also poking fun at me and laughing at me. While I am absolutely pissed at this. So no, I will not do it on hard on stream, simply because I don't have the extra time. It's only 20 minutes, yes. And I only have today to do this entire thing, so if I don't do it now, you don't get the rest of it. If you don't care, then just... why are you here? So not in the right position to do this. Now, I hope this distracts me very soon from all the things that just happened. Taking shortcuts. I was so right when I predicted that I would get nothing. But I hate that I was right. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Oh, you damned imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy? It's already staggered and nearly dead. Faust had attacked the entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. I apologize. Yet, concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Literally win rating it. Damn it! How would any of you listen to my orders? A genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Hurry thee not! How befitting of a hero it is! Holy shit, how was that so long from her point? Worry thee not! How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of a compatriot! Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong." But I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. Can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Are we gonna get a backstory to what just happened? I haven't even thought about the team yet. I don't know what I'm doing today. It's like a fucking terrible day. Maybe I just shouldn't have streamed. Bring 12 sinners? What the fuck? Will anyone have him as support? No. Obviously not. Maybe Magical Dawn? No one has Magical Dawn as a support. What the hell? I guess we'll bring you? Lobotomy Ice. This will probably end badly if I don't bring at least 6. Problem is I don't have another Lobotomy Ego. So I just want to bring Full Stop Honglu because I got him recently only. Enemy passive? Oh my god, they can be active? Oh boy, okay. I mean, you can clash with an S3, that should work against an S1 and should maybe hurt you very badly. Who else is fast? You two are 5 speed. This honestly is kinda great. That's just Liu Honglu, honestly. As long as we don't get burned, they shouldn't be that dangerous. As long as they don't get burned on us. I don't like that you have only this one. I have no idea how easy normal mode is, if I'm perfectly honest. Oh, you're too slow. You fast enough? You're also not fast enough. Ugh. Good luck, I guess. Oh my god, okay, well this is awful. I don't know. Isan, please. Okay. Okay, one shot. I get. Yeah, wait. This is level 60 against level 40 enemies. I'm stupid. Yeah, of course this would end like this. Because they don't have a lower level team. What nice sounds they make though. When they make it, the sounds. No one is burned. That cortisol keeps going higher with these MDE solos. How do I keep getting these new? I don't. Do you know what fucking cortisol means, or do you just use it because, everyone's using that term, it is now in? Or do you actually know what it means for your body to have high cortisol? Also, hi, File. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood. It's not your fault, but that doesn't mean I won't be annoyed, just in general. Are you serious? How little damage does Yisung is one? How little damage does this as one do? Damn. Bro corroded. We just need to be faster. Fucking travesty of a fucking day.
목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에게 엄숙한 행보를 장례는 이상으로 끝내겠소.
Least motivated I've immediately been on a stream for ages. So close to just ending the stream. That went well. As expected with our executive manager. The exceptional development of our strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Oh, thanks. Nah. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will remain on an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Mayor Salt for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? And if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to our vacation request, Gregor. Not that this would even have happened without that. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that. Yeah. Ah, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure, there was. Not that it wouldn't have made it any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particular egregious stretching. That does not sound like stretching.
방금 사람의 몸에서 나면 안 될 소리가 나지 않았나요?
Wow, that sound just now, I didn't know the human body could make a sound like that.
잠깐 스트레칭을 했거든. 흔한 일이야 요새.
Poor Gregor. Huh? Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays.
네?
Huh? What do you mean you can't? Ah, that right there's the cracking sound of time's ravages saying, oof. I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate.
그러고 보면 저도
Huh?
이제 영 몸이 옛날 같지가 않은 것 같기도 하고요.
I know what you mean, but I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners.
그런데 여기서 최연장자인
Speaking of which,
동료는 멀쩡하네요.
isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine, even though she's hundreds of years old? She's gotta be the oldest of us, by a lot, right? Was this after Canto 7? Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt.
그 주제는 조금 시간이 필요할 거라고 생각했는데.
I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed right through the mess, huh? Oh, is this directly after Canto 7?
저는 나이 같은 것에 연연하실 줄은 모르고.
I've just made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. It is not the age, Honglu. Tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the boss's air quality. Hey, Scoot! That's my designated seat. You're plotting your ass, then I'll whack ya.
누구는 또 지나치게 아무렇지 않아 하네요.
On the other hand, this guy is here without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened.
이렇게 된 거.
Well, maybe this is just a chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can. Sinclair, never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperature of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him and... Right. Now that's over with. Let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah?
저 정도면
Seems plenty villainously dickish to me.
그 뭐냐?
Anyways,
이제
am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got to the thing?
그거라뇨?
The thing?
그 있잖아.
You know the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues?
데스매치.
The match. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'll go to a spa or something and relax. Massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please?
아직도 기대라는 걸 하고 놓지 못하고 있네요.
You still have expectations for our employers?
그러고 보니 메르소곤이 지난번에
Ah! I recall that young Mersod had given thee quite the exquisite massage, has he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. Hey, sounds so much like a serial killer. Mersod. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus, I understood it was the philosophy of Mersod's physical therapy, the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Vergilius. I knew this day would eventually come. Ah, the day is here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of the sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exasperating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? The heartbeat in the back. In other words, it is time for Limbus companies. Oh. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular check-up. This is so fucking dramatic. Regular checkup. We did get a call from high-ups a while ago requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. Was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Huh? Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are irregular occurrences at most corporations. Never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, "Right, Ishmael." only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experience, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company.
정기 검진이라면
Regular checkups are... Ah, you're gearing up to explain what it is? Coolio!
30초만 딱 줄 테니까 빨리.
You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go!
아니
No,
정기 검진
no,
그건
not the regular checkup.
로저 양, 이스마일 양의 표정이
Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodia.
해결사는 각 협회나 사무소에 성향
I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics.
누구 한 명이 이길 때까지 영원히 나올 수 없는 동료의 피를 손에
Locked up
묻혀서야.
until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues. The only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of a regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through a regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. They are making this sound so dramatic, and I don't believe that it's that bad. You had endured through everything that...
여긴 또 왜 저래? 얼굴에 핏기가 다 빠져가지고.
Hey, what's wrong with this bloke now? It's looking all pale.
에이, 다들 거창하게 말씀하시는데.
I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad.
저도 학교 다닐 때
I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school too.
어떤 검사를 받았는데?
No, what kind of checkups?
한 방에 모아놓고 키를
Oh,
잰다거나.
they put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests.
그런 건 왜 측정하려고 하는 것인가?
Wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? Full knowledge and analysis of each solar status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand.
저 학교엔 병사가 없는데요.
What? Soldiers? I was talking about my school.
그러니까.
Hey, right.
하려고 하는 거냐고.
So, don't explain shite why you need to know that, does it?
대체 왜 남의 옷에 벼룩이 있는지
Why didn't they find the necessary
뿌려야 하냐는 거야.
to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice on their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep questioning questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering if when they test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority among us. A true authority?
리더라면 대장을 말하는 것이요.
By your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning who amongst us is our leader? I'm standing right here. Humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay.
늘 팽배하면서도
But this is not always a topic of great contention among us. That which of us
가장 수감자의
is most fit to command this squad of sinners?
그거야 이스마엘 씨 아니었나요? 혹은 파우스트 씨라거나.
Sinclair ruining Otis's life with this sentence. Isn't it Ishmael? Or maybe Faust?
대체로 그렇게
That's what I thought too.
지내오긴
Otis, the poor.
이런 모양새는 이놈들이 항상 일사불란한
This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise.
상관이 명령하면
You must always be ready to drop to the ground. Give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of glorious victory. Your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice?
오티스 씨.
No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to?
정리하자면 정기 검진은
So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary.
배틀 로얄.
No! We did not need a voice line of Ryoshu saying Battle Royale.
지금까지 바라고 바라오던 일이었지.
Been looking forward to this.
그래.
Fuck it all. I give you a lot of one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets.
그래. 이런 검증도
Fine.
있는 법이겠죠.
So that's how we're doing this, huh?
각오는 됐어요.
I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't...
그래서
Okay, so where are we off to?
배틀. 아니, 정기 검진을 받으려면
Faust got caught in Ryoshu's enthusiasm. The excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... Listeners seemed to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed. But Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them.
우선 본사로 이동할 필요가 있습니다.
The headquarters.
본사라면
Headquarters you speak of
림버스 컴퍼니의
must
본사를
be the headquarters of Limbus Company.
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes.
말로만 듣던
Oh,
본사를
we're
드디어
finally
가보네.
going to visit the headquarters,
벌써
huh?
1년이 넘어서.
Whole year after they hired us.
출발은 지금 하면 딱 맞겠군요.
We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions.
본사는 어디에 있나요?
Where is the HQ
비록
anyway?
여행은 아니었을
Hopefully it's not
거네요.
too far from here.
그것은
That
비밀입니다.
is a secret.
다만
However,
메피스토펠레스로는 갈수
I would
없는
like to
장소에
inform
있다는
you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles.
지금
Come
출발하지
on.
않고 어디 있는지
How are we
비밀이라고
supposed to
하면
get
어떻게
there
찾아가라는
if you're not gonna tell us where it is?
이 버스로 갈 수 없는 장소라는 게
Inaccessible via Mephistopheles.
설마 또
You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you?
워프 열차는 이제 타기 싫네.
I shan't ever board the warp trains again.
네,
Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey.
그렇다면 남은 방법은
So,
뒷문
are we
정도.
taking the back doors or something?
그래. 차라리
Yeah,
그걸
good
하면
point.
돼.
Let's take them doors instead.
그것도 나쁘지 않은 생각이야.
A sound suggestion.
단
However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness,
혹은 유지 시간이
or
가벼운
due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates,
혹은 중간에
or
다쳐서
an unexpected
되돌아오지
closure
못할 여행을 하게 될 수
mid-passage
있지만 말이야.
through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return.
그거
Are you sure this is a sound suggestion?
맞을까요?
Ah, then I'd rather take the bloody train instead. At least we will remember what happened once it's over and done with.
배틀 로얄이다.
He's so excited. Battle Royalita.
그래서
So,
여러분들을 원하는 장소로
further
보내기
research
위해
was necessary
연구를
to
진행했습니다.
ensure safe transport. So anything he asked you about that, you didn't even hear.
연구?
Further research?
질문이라도 개조했다는
Are you
건가?
implying that you made modifications to the back door?
비슷하네요. 정확히는
The
뒷면을 개조한
close
게 아니라
assessment.
참고만 했을
However, it
뿐이지만요.
would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for the research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? I too am in this episode, by the way. Halloween. I am not great. Thanks, File. Have a good time. There is not great. There is feeling terribly demotivated. There is feeling awful. But he's trying his best to not think about that again. So, yay.
이동 중이나
SCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door.
새로운
아.
날개?
A new wing? Are they looking to take over Alcove's vacancy or something?
질문이 날카로울 방향이
Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could improve.
곧 공석이 될 미래를
It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp.
W사.
W Corp.
그런가요?
Is that so? Yeah,
그렇군요.
that makes sense.
이미 W
Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late. I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity.
신문에서도 종종
Newspapers also featured op-eds
집중적으로
regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well.
날개가 되기 위해 물밑 작업 중인 회사라는 말이군.
See, they've been fervently planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing.
하지만
But
스스로
to supplant a
무너지는
wing,
날개의 자리를 갈아치우는
even before it's fallen its own?
있는 일은 아니지.
Well, that's certainly peculiar.
분명히 꿍꿍이 속셈이 있다는
They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works. And to ally with such ambitious parties
본사는
is the headquarter looking to start a war of the wings?
지금의 저는 그러한 사항까지 알 수 없습니다.
I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Should I then read Gregor's line also all in German?
너무 섣부른 판단.
Gregor?
오티스야.
Miss Faust, we needn't make predictions in such rashness.
W사가
Recall that W Corp had been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperations as to seek assistance of our company.
특별히 폭력적인 일이 일어나기도
It
전에
is no wild
조심하자.
presumption
무너질 만도 할 것이요.
to predict that it shall crumble ere the advance of such violent pandemonium.
어딘가 효율적이지 못한 구석이
Indeed,
있다면
inefficiency
그건
is the
기술적인
bane of
건
technology
모르지 마련이니.
that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it.
다행히 이쪽의 연구
Our
결과는
research
효율적이었어요.
efforts, however,
뒷문과
were
비슷한
quite
형태지만
efficient and
복도라는
successful.
중간 과정을 제외하고
Its mechanisms
물과
are
문을
similar
직접
to that
연결해
of
있습니다.
the back door,
어떨까요?
but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will.
그럼 부작용
Oh,
같은 것도 없는 건가?
so you've resolved all the aforementioned side effects that
아니요.
Not
비슷한 고충을
quite.
겪었죠.
similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traveling between doors.
그래도 많이 안정되어
There has been much progress in stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisection. Bro, split in 5 parts or just split in 2? I think I'd rather be split in 5 parts and immediately die and not feel the rest of it.
다섯보다는 둘이 낫겠구려.
Yisang, no! Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. Oh, I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart, upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, all this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately.
너희들이 시간을 흘려보내는 동안 연구 결과께서는
It's like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window.
저거야?
Oh, is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though.
시끄럽군.
How tiresome.
전원
Now,
하차.
off the bus. Also, Wui, if you want to know why my mood is so incredibly amazing, this is the reason. How many 3 stars do you think I got? Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. I guess 0, because that's what happened to me last banner until the 150th pull. Yeah, the thing is, I wish mine was last banner because I kind of don't care for both IDs as much. And this one I really wanted. Of course. Because I can predict how well my pulls will go simply by seeing how well others people's pulls go. Oh, everyone else is having great pulls? Okay. I will not get what I want. With this one you can just spark it. I have no shards. I have less than 100 Gregor shards, and I have barely 150 Faust shards. I also have nearly no modules because I've been farming fucking Mirror Dungeon for years to shard everything from the Whelp. I was very happy that I wasn't going to need more shards again. Unfortunately, I was very wrong apparently. So fuck me. And that's why I'm pissed and not in a good mood right now. Hi, Eo. Hi. End of rant. I'll just keep reading. You at least didn't get both in a single 10 pull. Because that's what someone else got when they showed me. And Ping also obviously got them. Because they didn't want them. Everyone that doesn't care about the banner obviously always gets their stuff. Why am I so mad? I can just shout it, but ugh. Yes, I pulled. I did 80 pulls and got nothing. Literally 0 things. I wish I could just replace my Whelp pulls with this, because I don't fucking care about the Whelp IDs. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed above us.
여기는
A 10 pull, I stopped. No more thoughts for me. That's very supportive of your Honglu. I was really hoping I would get the Faust Ego. It's the only... That's really my favorite Faust. I'm so mad. Fuck. Could be worse. Yes, it could be worse. It does not improve my mood just because it could be worse. That's not how you... That's not how you console someone. Look, on one hand, your leg's not cut off. Yes, thanks. That's not what I care about right now. That one character that's only 200 guaranteed? Huh? No, What? What do you mean only? 200 pulls? Anyway, I don't want to think about this more. Because I can't bring myself to think about it positively, so I just want to not think about it. Ah! Head. This is
이 장치의 개발을 위해서는
assistance
기사의
from
협력 또한 필요했죠.
Picor. The process of developing this device was indispensable.
그러면
Wait, that means...
세사라군과 결탁하였는가?
In cohorts with young Kisara, are you?
아이고, 본인도 기운을 차리고 나서 바로 만나 영웅적인 의뢰의 완성을 뽐내려 하였건만 혼자 그렇게 만나고 다니. 파우스트 군도 치사한 구석이 있네.
He does sound different. This is very interesting. It's very interesting that this is after Council 7 and she distinctly sounds different. Mayday! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her by all thy lonesome young Faust.
다음엔 조금 더
Your
고려하도록 하죠.
concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved.
대신
Ha! Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sights of Limbus Company headquarters. Thy it hath been tattered for.
여러분들을 지금껏 본사로 불러들인 적이 없었던 것에는 많은 이유가 있습니다만 하나하나 열거하는 건 시간 낭비긴 하니 생략하도록 하죠.
There are numerous reasons for which you were all yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here.
생략해준다니 다행이구만.
Glad to hear we're not sitting for another lecture.
주된 이유로만
The
말씀드리자면
primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our
본사로
department
불러오기까지의 제약이
to the
많았다는
headquarters,
것입니다.
brought upon the frequent transnest movements and regular scheduling of our missions.
그래도 말하긴 하는구나.
Nah, what do you say? That if you were... Oh, why did you say all that if you were gonna explain it anyway?
잠깐. 그건 그렇다 치고.
Wait, more importantly,
회사와의 협력은 왜
what's
필요했다는
that
것이지?
about collaborating with Peacock?
또 길어지네.
Oh boy, here we go again.
P사의 특이점은 한마디로 요약하자면 공간
Peacock
확장
singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology.
그러고 보니
Alright.
사라 씨가
Didn't you say that Miss Casera told you something about the principle of Peacock singularity? Is it a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside.
안 그래도
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask.
공간 확장 기술이라는
Don't
건
other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities?
뭐랄까
It's
P4만의 특색
how should I put it?
이미 도시
It-
전역에서
Isn't it a bit
본격적으로
too
사용하는
mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to cause space manipulation its unique thing?
그건
That
상당히 수준
was
높은
quite the
질문이네요.
intelligent question.
좋겠네.
Oh,
칭찬도
compliments.
듣고.
How nice.
이스마일 씨의 말대로
I don't
공간
think
확장
that was a
기술은
compliment.
다른 날개에서도 활용할 쓰이고 있는
Ishmael
기술입니다.
is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by the other wings as well.
이 메피스토 펠레스도
An example of one such invention making use of the space expansion technology, but isn't P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles.
P4만이 가지고 있는
The
공간 확장
ultimate
기술의
purpose
최종
of
목표는
P-Corp space expansion technology
세상에서
is
가장
to
안전한
create
곳을
the
만드는
safest place in the world,
외부에서 가해지는 어떠한 충격으로도
a perfectly protected
그 안에
construct,
손상될 일은
its
없고
interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity, no matter what. Its interior safe from all and any and all harm.
따라서 자본이 많이 투입된 P4 기술일수록
Therefore, the more
극한의 외부
expensive
압력이나 충격 등이 가해져
the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions, such as extreme pressure or shock.
마치 다른 차원의 공간처럼
Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering it in a separate dimension.
그래서 차량의 외부는
In
P4의
conclusion,
활용하여
the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact. Not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Yeah, we know because how should I put this? There was a fight happening in one of these, maybe in Cantonite. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions?
싱클, 왜 갑자기 죽는 소리를 내?
Ah, Sinclair, why are you freezing up all of a sudden?
학교 다닐 때 친구들 사이에서 돌았던
There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids when I was in school.
재배치 협회 직원이 내 집에 택배를 운송해 줬는데 아주 잠깐 한눈판 사이에
Here's how it goes. So a Deviant Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second.
호기심이 많은 어떤
A
아이가
curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? Couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily.
유감스럽지만 싱클레어 씨의 일주일간의 악몽 속 내용은
Hello, Vel.
아마도 전부
Good
사실일
evening.
것입니다.
Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story.
그 사건 이후
Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviant Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. Parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension. The difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner.
맥락은 상통한다고 볼 수 있죠.
Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will clearly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however. How does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expected would be too much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet?
아니요.
No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nest across the city. Nests. In summary, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Vergilius gave us a firm clarification.
그럼 가동하겠습니다.
Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefores that gate over yonder shuddering so? You can literally hear that she's trying so hard to be in character again. But her voice obviously betrays her. This would be so much more. This would be kind of better if I played this after having replayed Kanto 7. But hey. Energies now linked are routing towards that gate. With the gauge displayed around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open.
앞장서죠.
Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside, like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise.
도착했군요.
Yes, we have arrived.
림버스 컴퍼니 본사에
Welcome
오신
to the
것을
Limbus
환영합니다.
Company headquarters.
이곳은
This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time.
1C 부서의 층입니다.
Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through headquarters front gate one day. Surely. You have to believe. Hohenheim. Oh. Oh. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves, huh?
누구도 날 소개해줄 생각이 없는
Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction.
나는 이 회사의 수석연구원 호엔하임입니다.
My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company.
정확히는 1C 부서의
To be
수석
precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department.
좀더 정확히는
To be
림버스
more
컴퍼니
precise,
전체에
I
아우르게
am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company.
더욱 정확하게 말씀드리자면
To
저랑
be
상시간
even more
수험자
precise,
신분으로
the only reason he retains that role is because Yi-sang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners.
누군가는 남아서 연구를
Someone
해야
must stay behind to continue the research after all.
그러니까
Ah, so you two are friends? Oh god.
관계에 대한 정의를 할 생각은
While it
없지만
seems
구체화해야
entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship,
정기적인 연락을 주고받아야 하는
it
사이다.
could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another.
서로를 알게 된 후 최초로 이루어진 의견일치 않네.
I am in agreement for the first time since we were acquainted.
듣자하니
I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup.
이미 아시는 줄 알았습니다.
The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move, from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail.
그래, 알고 있었지. 방금 같은 말만 자동응답기처럼 반복해서 답신했다는 것도 말일세.
Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that the department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine.
그렇다면 이쪽이
And this must be Dante, the executive manager of Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying.
관리자님께서 반갑다고 말씀하시네요.
The manager extends their greetings.
나도 반갑네.
Ah, Sharon. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Hello Ito, hello Annie.
우리 부서의 연구원들과도 이야기하다 보면
Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Technically not. Yeah. No, you can't. Wait till. It's not their fault. They don't know better. Appreciate it, Vito. I'm not.
조금 특이하고.
How odd. The clothes are.
미리
Ah,
소개해주지.
yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Elisa. Two of the few researchers directly in my command. No, it didn't break. You can't know better because you don't see what I'm seeing.
환상체로부터 추출한 건가요? 하지만 어떻게?
Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how?
알아봐줘서 기쁘군.
Yeah, it's better, Rito. This is past Canto 7. And it actually mentions stuff that happens in Canto 7, so yes. If you do the stages, skip the story parts. Because you should still farm the event. Can't even do stages? Oh, right! Level 45! Well, you do get the event currency just by playing your normal story as well. So you can just continue normally playing the game and you should also get stuff. Like 736. Oh wow, I didn't know that. But it makes sense. Yes, since the Whelp isn't really locked to anything, that one wasn't locked? Interesting that this one's locked then. Well, at least you still get stuff. Happy to have someone who recognizes them.
그 엘사의
Are they like gears scavenged from the former Elcor?
부분적으로는 유사한 양상.
There are partial similarities to their gears. Enough differences are present to distinguish them.
림버스 컴퍼니만의 방식으로
Indeed. We attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add.
림버스 컴퍼니식으로 에고 장비가
Limbus
만들어졌다는 소식을
Company's
접했지만
new ego gear production in the style was already received. This is the very first time they are observed in person.
그렇다는 건
So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pekatula too.
네. 그것들 또한
Indeed.
AC 부서에게
Indeed.
격리,
As they are
연구
contained in research subjects for the LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest.
마감이 살짝 흐트러진 것을
Apart
제외하고
from a few
전반적인 에고
imperfections
추출
in the finish,
나쁘지 않군요.
the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable.
소감 고맙군.
Input appreciated.
이걸 멀쩡하게 추출하기
This
위해
is a product of
반복 실험과
thousands
실패가
of
있었지.
repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability.
하지만 결국 내가 해낸
But at the end of the day, I did it. Like I always do.
당신 직원들이
You
많이
did it?
들어갔는데
Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right there behind you?
익숙해요.
Ah, we're used to it. Ah, piss off! I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats.
그러다가 누구 하나 진심.
Just we're ready to get violent on some poor bastards. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back on the bus, yeah?
이쪽도 그렇게 하고 싶은 마음이 굴뚝 같네.
I feel the very same urgency you express.
입사 일에 처음으로 하는
There is
단체
much we
공부가
must cover. Regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment,
파우스트도 이곳에서 시간을 무의미하게 지나가게
Faust
하고
also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin.
그럼 첫 번째 순서는 위기 대응 능력 테스트라네.
Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations.
방금
But-
뭔가를
He just pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hole, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon.
이건 그냥 기습인 거 아닌가요?
What the hell is this? This is just an ambush!
그래야 기습 시에
Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. So, ambush it is. But was this discussed beforehand, Vigilius?
다급해 보이는군요.
You look anxious down there. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information.
이럴 땐
Just go with their flow, don't they? So it goes would be an apt response.
저는
I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over.
파란 케이크도 같이 먹고 싶어.
Talon wants cake too.
저번에 축하 파티하고
Oh, hey, we got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Let's get this done. Hey, Wooey, if you're still there and not dead in a ditch or something. Want me to bring specific sinners? Not like this is difficult or anything. I just want me to bring someone specific. I've just put in the ego gear and full stop because full stop is new. Also add full stop Heathcliff actually. Anything you want to see of if I have it, or I can bring a support too. Obviously, I can just bring a support. Bring whoever, since you're limited on sinners anyway. Am I? Like, I'm doing normal mode. That's why I'm like, whatever. Remember, I'm only doing normal mode here.
Who? Wie? Zerre hier.
The limit who you can bring. Not yet. Stop getting an S3 on turn 1. Well, I guess just shoot this. Also funny how fast you are. Level 60 sinners. No real ID you want to see right now? Okay. Okay, just immediately unload that bullet. One shot, of course. Wait, is Rui the one that was in call with the two of us once? I don't know what game we played though. Potentially? I don't know. Nitrate. Ah, yeah. It's like Penny didn't play Destiny with Wooey. What other game is Wooey playing? That could have been. Yeah, I forgot that exists. It's like 4 AM. It is currently like 1 AM or like midnight for him, yeah. Same as Luna. Of course you do, because it's all horses. It's all horses. He only draws horses now. There's nothing but horses in this man. It's all just Mambo! Mambo! Am I wrong though? It's all horses. It's not a bad thing. I got a rather play some AK stuff when I do Calfson again last time. Oh, okay, then keep drawing horses. If horse community is nicer, keep drawing horses. But also, whether you know,
Polly 6:07 Horses Serie.
I hate you.
Kill no o. Soke so. Kai.
Swear to God. This text-to-speech is a bad idea. Don't allow people to voice their opinion. Yes, yes.
balls.
I wonder how hard this is on like hard mode. It's like those clashes are
Hans never was a bad
pretty
idea.
close. Those aren't very free clashes. I'm doing chores right now, so I won't be there. That's okay. No one is today. Today was a mistake I made. It's okay.
내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
Butterfly. Literally 1 HP. I can't. What's this trash? Shoot this man, you cliff. What are you doing here again, Henny? What? Are you bored?
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
After. Grandma, everyone's birthday. We went through various tests, including commandability trials using Pekatula in BDA. Manager Esquire! Hey ho! I have attained the score most perfect! Be surpassed by Mr. Don Quixote in a test in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Isaac, but they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer Fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? You know you can still just draw the birds for yourself. You know you can just draw them for yourself, not anyone else, and not show anyone else. Be selfish. The look in their eyes, how strong they look. Oh hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are Mersalt? We're finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the DLC department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. The infamous, oh my god, Faust is huge picture. The infamous, damn, those are large. Well, what? Like this? Wait, Gregor is this small? No! tiny. Look at... What the hell? Even Rodion looks flat here. But they also took Ishis. Crazy. Why would they do this?
남은 게 많아 보이니까.
Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Oh, wow. These are some comfy clothes they've given us. Yeah, actually they look super comfortable. I bet they've been sold as merch. Actually, let me look this up. Limbus company sweater. And rather hoodie? Is it a sweater or a hoodie? Whose company is Dipper? Yeah, no, they did sell these. And they did sell these. Holy shit, someone's selling them for 300 euros. Actually, dollars. Zip up hoodie, Busan Limited, Ham Hang Pang Pang. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, understandable that these things were sold really quickly. But they look actually pretty comfy here. This thought side profile is so weird, because it looks so not like him. His front profile is way more, well, unique or distinct. And Ryoshu is just eh. Yeah, alright. I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? They are LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as we're done. Ah, gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling kind of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know. Turning off the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps mere salt can remedy the pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid. You should request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the grounds, please. I assume that was about Dawn. Maybe even Gregor. Oh, wait, no, it could have been Otis who is trying to appear taller.
저는 똑바로 서 있었는데요.
But my heels are on the ground. And can you snuff out the cigarettes before the test begins? Ah, well, this one isn't lit. It's just here so I can look cool. I'm gonna love you, Gregor. And what about Bold? But scrap. Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important. I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you, if you need directions? Oh, we are not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We are specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand.
자원을 받을 생각은 없었지만 일단 손을 들었으니
I
말해보게.
wasn't planning to ask for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor.
나는 시키지 마.
Nah, don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher's job though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers.
왜 이러세요?
What are you doing?
고려조차 하지 않았던 사항이었지만
I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless.
저도 사양하겠습니다.
I would also like to refuse your nomination.
통상적으로 저자의
The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting.
역시나 뽑아줄 사람은
Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who I came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart arses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes.
저는
If
학창 시절에 부반장으로서
If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the task of the class president in what's with everyone getting so anxious to be picked? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant?
나서는 거 귀찮은 일이라니까.
Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know.
하지만
Well, I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. I didn't tell you to not be here, Pink. I just... I'm an asshole. I should be treated as such, so what you did was correct me.
자, 결정했네. 참고로 모든 판단
Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion.
거기 주황머리 수감자.
You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line.
안심하세요, 호엔하임 씨. 제 서류를
Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim.
저는
As you must be aware if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures of offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side.
혹시
Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't you? You were still holding on to that hope.
주황머리 수감자 뒤에 있는 수감자를 말한 거였다네. 자네가 너무 앞에 나와 있어.
Oh no. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the Cinerite shoals. No way. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh?
뭐야? 너
Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why I'm right here? Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate the resume, the better candidate one makes for research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? Aha! A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Aw, be honest now, Yi-san. You were kinda looking forward to getting picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passing of time. When one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days rightly excuses themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yi-sang replied with a particularly downcast look. When did Yi-sang stop talking like a normal person? Maybe this is how he talks when he's happier. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Alrighty ho, so what have I got to do now? Oh, nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit as you are now. I see now what he's doing. Oh, and I'm sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Oh wait, he's just taking him out of the equation. Oh look, it's Lamp Gregor and a flaming Faust. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Oh boy, okay, well, that's... Oh god, this is not gonna happen in one go. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Alright, you there! Get in line! Single file, lads! Let's make this easy for all of us! But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff?
그건 맞지만 나는 교수라고.
Well, yeah, but I'm the assistant!
언제부터 안경을 쓰고 계셨던 거예요?
Oh my god. Since when do you wear glasses? Since when do all of them wear glasses?
연구자의 기본 소양 중 하나라네.
Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers.
특히 이렇게 안경을
Look.
찌게 세우면
Slightly pushing up on the glasses helps put on the air of a studious. Don't individual like so.
오늘 점심은 무엇을 먹는 게 좋을까 하며 안경
It's like how slightly pushing up the frame of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating.
actually.
Actually. Makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Alright, doesn't make this any harder than it's gonna be, lass. Snap up that stick in your mouth. Also, hi, Speedy. Not even tired. Today is not my day. Today is definitely not my day. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Oh, blimey! Can't you just do as I say for once? It's actually pretty effective. Seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally.
이번 테스트의 핵심은
The primary purpose of this test
입사 전에 신체
is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the word progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners.
저는 말입니다, 관리자님.
If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. It's not something to be proud of, Otis. Is that progress, though?
나는 조금 더 생각의 자리를 양보하는 법을 배우게 된 것 같소. 이를테면 예전엔 조금 더 많은 것을 의미부여를 하며 생각에 잠시 멈출 뿐이었지만
Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong rumination on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts.
이젠 조금 더
Now
받아들이면서
I have come to
살아가고
accept certain things as they are. Oh?
그리하여 가끔은
And I've come to
조금 더
sometimes
편하게
allow my mind
생각하게 되어버렸지.
to form bereft of rigorous reason,
흘러가는 대로
floating away gently
좋지 않은가?
as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts.
저는 예전보다
I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be.
악력도 많이
My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, why did you mention grip? Oh,
여기 보세요.
look, yeah,
손바닥에
I
굳은
think
살이
I'm
좀
getting
잡힌 것
calluses
같아요.
on my palms.
뭐
Oh, well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us.
저희가 상대하고 있는
Because
적들이
the enemies we're
점점
fighting
강해지고
have
있는
been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth.
저희의 일련은
We did experience a
남들의
pretty
일련을
spectacular year, you know?
잔혹하지만
A brutal year,
미련이었어.
yet so potent with significance. Ah, true. I guess growth really does come with time, huh?
그러게요.
Right?
더 서로에게 끈끈해진
I feel like the
것도
bonds
그렇고 말이죠.
between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue.
끈끈이라.
Like glue. I like it.
따스한 이야기와 함께 뭔가
A
오래가
certain
걸렸던 것
misunderstanding seems to be brewing in the tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in, nip in the bud.
결론부터 말하자면
Let me give it to you straight.
자네들은 입사와 동시에
All of your
모든
abilities
능력치가
were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will.
하양 평준화?
But equally defanged?
쉽게 풀어서 이야기하자면 모두가 여기 있는
In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the same general level as our 11th sinner here.
그 비유의 주체가 왜
Why
하필
am
저인가요?
I your point of reference? Ah,
방금
if
말한 그
this is what you meant
끈끈한
earlier by
나쁘지 않은
growing
단어
closer
선택이
like
있고.
glue, then I suppose it's quite the apt choice of words. The oi! What? Take that back! I take it back.
라고 하기에
Not! So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh?
와, 방금 우리 싱크의 겁대가리가 부서지는 소리가 들린 것 같은데?
Aw, Sinclair! Is that the sound of your self-preservation shattering into the ether? Oh, that's it, you bloody
잠깐, 이유 좀 물어봐야겠어.
Excuse me, I need to know why that happened.
하양 평준화가 된
Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does it have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into contract with Dante?
맞아.
So this is where they explained that. What the fuck? They explained that in Canto 7? Or after Canto 7? That's so late. Ah, indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is connection.
평등하게
You are now all
일정하게
fairly, evenly, and equally
그리고
mediocre. Oh. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted.
로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 활용했던
Think of it something akin to the Clive-Bot deterrents employed by the Lobotomy Corporation.
밝혀지게 되어 다행이군. 그래서
So the truth is finally revealed. This is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company.
알고 있었다는 것인가?
Art thou implying that thou hast always known?
그래.
Of course, had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds.
우리를 왜 전투 불능으로 만드는 건가?
나참 증명을 못
You wipe floors with doormats?
말이나 뱉으면 곤란하지.
Ah, and we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? Ah, so that's why my murderous arms been quiet ever since they hired me.
문제가 아니었던 거구나.
Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Hi! What's the use of all this chatter? What's the matter is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Oh my god, he's so sad. I'm so sorry, Sinclair.
그럼에도 황금가지의 힘 덕분에 긍정적이었던 일이 분명 있을 것이요.
Yet not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been detriment to us. Yisung started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox.
호수에서 창백한 고래를
Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake, by which we triumphed?
뭐야? 그런 거였어?
What, really?
맞습니다. 그
Correct.
창백한 고래가
Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked out Heath with one punch if I was only as strong as Sinclair. That's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow, like being a blood fiend. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Ah, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory.
긴 말은 하지 않겠어.
Won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. I almost forgot what your Twitch handle is. I agree. Hello, hello. Also, hi, O3. Welcome. I am less sad now, but I'm still sad. Perfectly appropriate methodology. We spent some time on our busy schedules to tailor each test for each sinner of the LCB. Used to stream as well, so I changed my username. I didn't know! I didn't know. I assume that was during the same time where you had your old OCs. Did you do art streams or game streams? I wonder. I'm less sad now, but still sad. Mood Bessie. Oh, 80 pulls for nothing. 80 for not a single thing. I am sad. I want my Faust. I'll have to shard it, I guess. I thought I was free of the mirror dungeon grind. I'm not. At least free for a bit. I didn't even get any other 3-star. I got nothing in 80 pulls. That was so-called PNG tuber. I have a PNG tuber too. Well, I can't show it off right now. But yeah. PNG tubing is so much nicer if your PC isn't powerful, because it's literally just a picture that reacts to your voice. This Live 2D model has the issue of taking quite a lot of PC resources. I sat on the bridge on my skate, looked at ducks and ate ice cream. Try doing that, Zara. Should help. I worked my ass off today, got home, started streaming and got nothing in my pulse. Your day sounds so much nicer, O3. I should have done that. That was pretty tough. That have you guys know? Tailored tests for each sinner. I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. Wait, are they gonna limit my team to exactly one sinner? That would be so cool. I hope they do that. Yeah, at least at work they pay you. Oh, and I mean, I was doing something and I am quite proud of that. It's always funny when the old coots at work say something like, oh yeah, we used to do that in a day. And I'm like, okay, bet. And then I did it in 5 hours. Or like in one shift, which is like 9 hours. And then I was like, okay, alright, bet. I can finish that in time. Yo! My full VODs should be remaining in my channel. That was a long back. Back in 2023. Oh, Twitch started deleting VODs that are over a month old recently. Like last year somewhere. So I don't think they'd be there anymore. Twitch doesn't save VODs anymore for longer than like a month. That sounds awesome. Felt very good. In the end, it also worked, which is an important part. I think they are there. I can't check right now. If anyone else wants to check, be free. We utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. Oh, well, that doesn't sound like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Huh? Honestly, all that talk, I thought they would have come up with something more impressive than that. They up and fine? Ooh, well. Assistant. Alright, that's enough of the chatter. Now get in there! Hey, we're getting in there. 03. Maybe you want to pick someone I use. Oh, well, I guess. Wait, what do you mean pre-battle? How does... Why is this still pre-battle? Okay, so much for... I thought we were fighting now. Ah. What's the pool? Everything, I guess. That's higher than 45. There's too much distraction. It's okay. Not everyone's built for it either. Sometimes I feel like I made a mistake starting the stream, but it only took 2 hours to be happy. Magical Dull gone. She's level 35. She's out. I can use a support though. I can bring her as support. Sure. Let's see. First one on the block is... Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Alright. You? And you there. Inside. Now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Honglin Sinclair. Oh, wait. Ah. I am limited to these two, I guess. So, yeah. Hello. 1, 2. Testing. Oh, am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even destroy. Bro, imagine you're too bad at being bad, so you're just less bad. Seems like we'll be fighting the Pekatula again. Oh, alright, I have a question. Is something that's been nagging me for a while since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Hey, why is he such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those swords, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then. When we were on a mission and... Oh, do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? Use a certain Sinclair. I'll try. I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite, save for a few exceptional individuals. People are prone to misplacing memories, even from yesterday. Does he know me?
단테,
So,
자네가 지금 이끌고
who are
있는 건
they,
뭐라고
Dante?
생각하나?
Who do you believe they are? This group you lead,
소통에 오류가 있을 테니 보기를
given the
주도록 하지.
expected
1번
communication
가족, 2번
difficulties
친구,
between
3번
us.
동료.
Allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they are closest to colleagues.
3번 동료라고 하시네요.
Thanks, Honglu. Dante says 3. Colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. I love the fucking squeegee the window sounds they made. I'm sorry?
3번 동료라고 하시네요.
Oh, I can't hear it again. Squeak.
틀렸네. 보기에 없는 정답 찾기
Incorrect.
문제였거든.
It's none of the above.
정답은 그 무엇으로
Truth
해당
is
사항이
that
되지
they
않는
are
주관자들이라는
sinners.
거야.
Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners.
그런 건 알고 있어요.
I know
단순히 알고 있는 것과 받아들이고 있는 것은 다른
the
문제라.
knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished.
먹고 살만해지고 여유가 생겨지는 순간
I
사람은
learned
자신의
that
정확한
from
위치를
people
잊어버리게 되더군.
that people are prone to
누군가는
forgetting
이렇게 한
their
번씩
place
시켜줘야 하지.
when the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be certainty. Thus, I need these reminders to be quite useful.
림버스 컴퍼니에 수감된 자들은
These
사슬과
sinners
족쇄에 여전히
bound
묶여
to
있지.
Limbus
그럼
Company
자연히 거부권도 없고
are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse.
아니면
Or
이렇게 생각하는
would
게 더
it be
나을지도
easier if for you
또한
to accept
임무의
that fact?
연장선이라고 여기는 게 어떤가?
If I were to suggest
그게
that
위험해질
you
수도
consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities. I know they're sinners, but you can talk to them like
통역해주지 않아도 괜찮네. 분위기를 보니 대충 알 것 같고.
translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what he said, given the atmosphere of this room.
단테,
Dante,
자네가 어떠한 조건 없이 이곳과 계약을
when
맺은
you
건
agreed
말이지
to
않은가?
the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct?
자네의 기억,
Your memories,
과거,
your head, and your past.
찾고 싶은 게 많을
There
거야.
must be so
그래서 이
much that
관리자
you would
직책을
like to
감내하는
know.
것이기도 하겠지.
And perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting.
결론적으로
What I mean to say is, with this little demonstration, is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Is he usually?
네, 원래
Yes,
저렇습니다.
this is his usual demeanor.
저기 제가
Hello?
할 말은
I
아니긴
know I'm not
하지만
one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you?
무등한 사람일수록 주위에 적이 많이
Those who
생기는
rise
사람은
above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule.
전투가
Boom.
진행되는
No
동안
friends.
다른 수감자들은 이 유리로 죄종에 대한 프레젠테이션을 지켜보면 되겠네.
While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatula projected onto this glass panel.
대부분의 평균 지식
This
수준은 높게
lecture has been
준비하였으니
prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge.
평균 이하라고 생각하면 될
So, if this If you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, you may consider your knowledge level to be below average.
전혀 안 어려운데? 다 이해되는데?
He's lying. Oh, well, this material seems quite elementary to me, dear Watson. Not sure what's so difficult about this.
아직 시작도 안 했어요.
Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts.
알다시피 최종은 7가지 종류로 나눌 수 있다.
As you must already know that there are 7 categories of Peccatula. As far as I am aware, the highest stage of Peccatula you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least.
왜 아직까지는 이러는
Therefore, it's now utter a little muttering of so far at least. At the end of thine words, good sir.
나쁘지 않은 지적이었어.
Ah, sure. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say.
요컨대
So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Peccatula beyond stage 3, huh?
그러한 방향성의 확장
Indeed. We prefer to not put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, first type of many Peccatula to be covered today is Peccatula irae, red Peccatulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn, and burn until there is nothing left to be burnt. Ah, I see. They are quite literally burning with rage. For your efforts, Kim Ji-hoon will give you 6 identity training, ticket 1. Yay! Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger, and that is meaningless at the end of the day. Oh, hey, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but oh, what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Okay. We must bonk the Peccatula. I assume with just Hongler and Sinclair. Yes. Okay. Did you want me to bring Enclair actually, or did you want me to bring someone else? Because Enclair is possible. Bill Clare. Is he raised? He's rank 60, sure. Okay. Do I have... No. I'm sorry, it's just gonna be full stop. I was like, do I have an envy? Nope. There is gonna be no resonance, or very little. This time your condition is to ensure no sinner clear the encounter with all allies at 50 plus HP percent. Oh. Okay. These are all skill 1s, no? How many? 3 waves? Surely. For the middle, he's level 60. Wait, why does he have a buff? I should read the buff thing. Also, yeah, we are way higher than, like, this is easy mode, so yeah, we will fulfill the conditions easily, I think. Hard mode, on the other hand, is going to be interesting with these. Why did we take burn? Every turn start, gain burn equal to turn count. Hey! Wait, so we need to be fast as well. I thought this was a buff, honestly. I've already done the easy mode. You can read in hard mode as well and progress there. Yes, but I don't have the time to do that. If I can just stagger you, you're not gonna counter anyway, so that's the reason why I'm not doing that 03. Otherwise I would. Otherwise I would have done so. Surely it will stagger, and then I can ignore the fact that he would counter. Nope, that's bad. Wait, he didn't count. Counter hit skincare, true. I have not actually used the middle team, even though oh wait, somehow, how did that end up happening? To tech enemies with his skin effects. He becomes Aura Man. Wait, he can become Aura Man. Wow, that's a big one. Just don't lose clashes. This is easy mode. We are not losing clashes. Lol. Does it still work even if the counter doesn't get triggered? Never thought about these. We're not gonna find out. Okay, so for him, the reload still triggers even if the counter didn't trigger. That's cool. Good to know. Music is a vibe, that's for sure. He did not become Aura Man. Present them. Boy, do not present them. Please.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 팔구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Directionless sloth. Let's see who the 2 ones are that are gonna be in sloth. Next up, you 3. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, buddy. I can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. God, Venobi, I'm so happy for Venobi. She made her own VTuber model. It's so cool. I haven't been able to catch anything from her, but I saw. It's so cool. Why do I say this now? Because Venobi emotes. Now, let us discuss Megatulum Igrite. Sloth. Stones is sturdy, and that's all there is to them. They are direct, and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. I know, I know, but I'm also here. So I just miss a lot of streams. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along and rolls them away. Truly, there's no better symbol for sloth than them. It's sufficient to live within the bounds of rigidity established routines. Ah, adding something with these two is making my real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy, incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. Fuck off, Esther. And don't ask. Why? Why did you have to bring that back to my attention? Thank you. Yeah, just blow up his balls. Should be a fitting punishment. I did get nothing and it cost me 80 pulls. Is that what you wanted to hear, Pesta? I'm sure you'll be lucky though, because I wasn't. So you should do a 10 pull, Pesta, and just get everything in that 10 pull. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Anyone we should bring for this? I feel like I should bring a bear salt support unit. Just bring more lobotomy egos. Actually, I want to bring the man with the funny head. Or actually DC. I've never seen anyone use DC bear salt. Hat? Okay, hat. We can bring support hat. This one's for sure. Faust obviously too. Hat. We have bring hat. We shall bring hat, man. No, you said hat, and my Unga Bunga brain typed hat! I'm sorry! And my Unga Bunga Bunga brain... Short words are funny. Boat. You should see the German word for boat. It's boat. Isn't that hilarious? Unused gain aggro. Okay, sure. Guess we won't have any issues with speed here. Anyone who was the idiot with DC Meersod on support? I don't know. Großes Bone. This phone grows me out. That's not what that means, and you know that. That's not what that means. 03. Actually, what is our mission? Let me guess. The mission is to clear this quickly. Beat the Peccatula within the turn limits. 3 waves? And I only have 9 turn. Oh shit. Well, okay. We are not using weak skills anymore. I'm an idiot with Sync Meersod. Sync Meersod I think looked cool. But like, I don't like how he looks in a cool way. I'm just not a fan of that drip. But it is cool. Bonk. Looks cool and he's a streamer. Hey, so I heard. Where are my skill? Literally all skill ones. Amazing. The only one that's actually putting in effort is my man. Really not a fan of streamer wrestle. Not visually, no. That's a lot of points for a skill too. Aw, not dead yet. Okay, so we have 3 turns for the last Peccatula. That's okay. At least I hope we have 3 turns, because this looks maybe... That was not a lot of damage. Yeah, okay, we are not beating him in them this turn. Oof. This took 51. Oh. Faust. Right. That's a lot of burn, Miss Faust. 70. We just have to blow up Faust. Why is he so fast? Guys, I think we have to blow up Faust. I'm sorry, miss. Did like 80 damage. It's not even a lot of damage.
Kablock.
Actually, this is gonna be very tough, time-wise. Oh, either it staggers, or we have an issue anyway. The bro does no damage. I assume they have big slash resistance. Okay, never. Yeah, okay, I think we're fine because this should be fine. Hammer-headed Kim's sword is probably made of bamboo. It looks like it's made of bamboo because bro didn't do shit. Well, we made it in time, even with kablooey fouls. This is normal mode. I would not have fulfilled this in hard mode. I would have not fulfilled the condition. Oh hey, look, the random drop. A master data, various organized trivial documentations on LCB distortion. And the Picatula, haphazardly scribbled. Here, these data have been collected by the LCE. Messy records of test experiments and research litters the papers. It's not the duty of a researcher to organize their findings. That's the assistant's responsibility. The Mao. Like their weakness. What do you mean you don't have a weakness? Okay. Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. Everyone asks that. No, because of time constraints, and I can't put in the extra time. I already only have basically 2 hours left to clear this, and that will probably not even happen. So no, Dominic, not hard mode. I'll probably stream hard mode some other time, but also probably not, because I don't have any time. Except maybe if I just say Saturday is all Limbus again, which I didn't intend to, but maybe it will just be Limbus. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Oh, hang on a minute! What's this? Biff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are you really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these peccadillo? Why don't we lump them together? Like how you've paired up the sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we are told for the sake of proper test results. And here comes Hohenheim and says, okay, let's do that. Make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these peccatola one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Hey, wait, really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? We didn't have to fight them one by one anyway. Then why did we do it from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06 when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefit of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Ah, bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why... I think we can risk a 0.06 greater error margin, right? The glazoning. Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Otis glaze me. They are both like, are you serious, Otis? Very well. Then allow me to explain the Pecatula Morositatis. You as well. You ever immersed yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility. Such is glue. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that it's constant motion to give us no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ah, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though, I'm only here because I want to be here. But still... Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Oh, well, it's already... It's already now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Ah, me too? Ah, perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Okay. I don't know what the condition is, so I don't know who I should bring. Gloom. Night of Despair, okay. We bring Cordion. I wonder we... You know what? This feels like the time when everyone puts... Mine is one of the two unique looking. I like the Uptime 1 art more too. I appreciate that, 03. Good choice. Also, this feels very much like when a gacha game gets a new character, everyone puts them. Which one then, 03? Do you know from the egos? Which one's yours? Sanguine Desire or Pursuance? Higher one. Okay, we're getting 03s. Well... Sure. This is now the sinking tea.
팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
The order doesn't matter, they don't gain slots, they have to make slots at the start.
Wie wild.
Wie wild. How wild indeed. Thanks.
이번엔 좀 까다로운 조건일세.
Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Gain 1 HP heal boost every thing. Turn start, gain 1 damage up and flash power up for every 10 HP healed. When do they blow up though? This current HP again, then die. Ah, okay. Okay, it's only these 3 that blow up. The
Bergene Faust.
They will. And I don't appreciate it. So I don't know how Cordion works. Do I need to worry about anything with Cordion?
Rodia enters Kleppo Defensive.
Okay. I mean, yes. With Heathcliff, yes.
I'm about to blow up and it's just you getting wet.
Take the hit, I think. Negative point ID. Okay, but how do I make her depressed? To give Heathcliff the kills to boost his... This is normal mode, you guys remember, right? I don't need to plan that much. Oh, okay, she lost like a shit ton of... Wait, okay, let me read it at least. Because I do have Cordion, I've just not raised her yet. Teaching you how to use the IDs. It's okay. From some family protection swords. Gain 5 deep gears. Less than 3 to sharpen. Lose 15 SP to gain tier sharpens once per turn. It has tier sharpened, lose tier sharpened. More SP. Oh, okay. Okay. So you shouldn't keep doing this. Okay, understandable. Less than 3, lose SP gain. When does she switch modes? I assume it's in the passive. Ah, okay, yeah. At 0 SP or higher, gain blessing. At 0 SP, gain despair. Uses minus current skills, uses plus. Wait, she's like Dawn? When gaining charge count, gain deep. She's a charge ID? Not really, but kind. Is she a charge ID? Unique charge. Wait, I never knew. I never knew. That's epic.
The gasp.
Cool. I really like the design. Oh, what does 0.55 mean? How is... What does that mean? I've never seen this number. He has less aggro. Okay. Thanks.
Ha.
Oh. So cardio works in negative space offense mode, a lot of sinking count and damage, and she gets target less on informative Heathcliff.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
I bet she just said manager is the best.
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그런데.
He finds it funny.
He does indeed. I don't know. Blow them up, I guess. Okay, that was a skill 1. How offensive. If you get 3 tier sharpened sword, she gains a nuke on the next skill she uses and reverts to positive SP. She really is just like Magical Girl then. Just... I mean, okay, it's... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's 2 of the... Yeah, it's... Okay, it makes sense. They are very similar after all. Why didn't we get King of Greed, by the way? Minus 40.
지킬 게 많거든.
That's the big one. I probably have to up my Magical Dawn. You don't have to. Actually, Magical Dawn is like the easiest to use. Just use her skills. Done. I ran out of budget for King of Greed. Okay, I should level up my tier since I ever at level 27. Oh no. I reuse my sinking. I'm more of a bleed guy. Horse. So the music is actually banging. You're right, Sashi. Absolute banger. Durahan. Okay, bye. Oh god. Nice one. Monheim's mixtape is good. It is. Bro, he listens to this when researching? Crazy. Finally got the Yi song. I wanted the index one. Oh no. Oh. Why? Why?
이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지. 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
What do you want with index Yi-sung? There's way cooler Yi-sungs. I guess we're doing the other two next. Yeah, Pride and Lust. I wonder how he's gonna explain the Lust one. I mean, he looks kind of veiny. Maybe.
뭐 별것도 아니네. 그럼 너희들 들어가.
Oh well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up, you two. Get in there.
Breed.
유슈 씨랑 같이요? 잘 부탁드려요.
With Yusuf? Okay, let's do this, I guess.
교희.
Solo test? I don't know. What?
교체를
He wants to
희망한다고
switch teams?
아니,
Ugh, really?
당신은 또왜
Now,
그러시는 거예요?
what's your problem this time, Ryoshu?
나를
Your
먹여준
dull
내
harpoon
놈의
doesn't
작살에
interest me.
불린다. 지금의 작살로
It's dull so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. Oh no! Ryoshu wants to impale Hohenheim. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again.
본인 말인가? 그것이 그건 좀 곤란한데.
Thou speaketh of me? Tis quite the pickle.
교체하고 싶다는데 되는 거냐?
Aye, he wants to switch teams. Is that alright?
당연히 안 된다네.
Of course not.
그렇지? 그냥
아.
가라.
You're not the man. Let's go.
뭐 예전에 비해 작살을 날카롭게 갈아두지 않는 것도 사실이고 저 스스로도 도끼가 빠진 걸 부정하진 않을게요.
I'll admit that my harpoon is not as sharp as it used to be. And I'll admit I've lost a bit of edge since then.
그래도
We're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises.
Balls.
I'm swapping you as soon as you start making a fool of yourself.
아니 그러니까 교체는 안
Lass,
된다고.
I thought I'd been clear enough in this. Switching teams ain't a thing.
오만 죄 중에 차례로군.
Ecatulum superbie. Right. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in this world.
학교는 기술의 상징이자 인간이 나아가는
Wheels,
방향성 그
symbols of technology, and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. Wheel in its boundless pride rolls on in search of the perfect circle. Something unconquered even by humanity.
그것의 살점이 패어나가든 잔디가 짓밟히든 상관치 않고 말이죠.
Hanafuda Ishmael is very cool. Also, she's not called Hanafuda Ishmael, she is Jeong Office Ishmael. I don't know why people call her Hanafuda, because that's just her mechanic. I guess Tyr Rodion is also not her name, and just her mechanic. Halatro Ishmael. She's based on Hanafuda. Okay. Yeah, it remains uncaring for the flesh. It rends nor the grass it tramples in its path.
그건
Isn't that just
이만한 것보다
confidence? Not
자신감 아닌가?
pride? You can't get anything done just by sitting idly in place.
아무것도 없을 텐데.
오만이란 결국 과한 자신감이기도 하지.
One might even say that
먼저
pride
앞서
is
나가거나 실패하지
another
않으면
name for
쉽게
overconfidence.
오만해지곤 한다네.
It often claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure.
호에나임 씨
Someone like you, Hohenheim.
뭐 그런 관점으로
Ah, well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxuriae Lust. Moving on just like that, huh?
세격이 의미하는
The
그
meaning of
고백보다는
Peccatulum Luxuriae Lust is not exactly what it says on the
번식에
tin.
가깝겠군.
A more illustrative description would say that it is an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the cell. The desire to propagate, to breed.
물론 거기서 그치는 개념은 아닐세. 단어 그 자체만으론 육신에 갇힌 해석을 내보일 수도 있겠지만
Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. The word itself may subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understandings.
자신의 삶을 나누고 싶다.
Share one's knowledge, one's ideas. To invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of
Bester
loved
ist Peculum of Lust.
필요한 것들 또한
Yes,
해결이라
yes.
말하고 싶은 것이구려.
Extremely good. Anything is good. If someone tells you charge is bad, then hit them in the face or something. This game has no bad keywords. Other than keywordless. Keywordless is pretty bad. Not as bad, my god, it's an electrostatic. Anything is good except Charge and Poise. Pinky Sinclair would like to have a word with you. Also, why are you hating on Charge, Ping? Maybe you can explain to me why you think that. Not bad. I always appreciated these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admitted Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? I even asked. Unnecessary. Oh god! The women hating on the Heathcliff. Ah! Shut up and get in there! Well, who shall it be? Sure. Unless someone else. He'll turn wild. There's no middle Ryoshu. Drifting Blade? Red Eyes has purple. Easy pick then. Where is your Red Eyes? I hate this. I hate the support mechanics. I think that is yours, O3. Haven't you refreshed? To be level 55. You have her? I didn't know. But mine. If we change the ego. That is not on the. No, no, you don't. The middle. Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Do they have red coins, or why would that be an issue? I mean, this was probably an issue before. Wait, no, this is the worst to use. This is the worst to try to have the middle mile.
Spam counter.
Yeah, sure. In an do not take 10 plus hits. Spam counter. Sure, man. Purple. Is this Murderdash? Am I free to watch? No, it's.
I said spam counter.
Okay, but you're not my mom. Oh, Ishmael! Does that count as like 4 hits? I sure hope that doesn't count as 4 hits. Also, Vito, technically no. Technically you're still not allowed to watch. Oh, it counts as 1. Okay, at least that's something. Ishmael, you are a middle ID. Where is your envy?
I called your mom and she said, spam the fucking counter very little.
Alright, boss. Alright, boss man. We're spamming the counter, I guess.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리해. 열라 열받죠. 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
I am a great advocate of Flamingo. Why? A revolver and a crossbow solves every problem. No double damage. Just use 2 weapons.
That was 6 hits in one turn. There's 9 counters, why would you stop? Look, we can use 3 more. Let's keep going. Ishmael just keeps...
Pekatula said, oh wow, you killed me. You must be proud of yourself for killing a level 180 player. But do you know his ping is 120 plus? When you attacked, he actually buried before your mom was born. That's why he doesn't try hard. Why is his ping high? This game is dead and doesn't even have his region as a server.
Thanks for that wonderful, wonderful display. Okay, what? Okay, okay. Okay. Is this a mod? How come we put it is? Yes, it is. Well, either way. Surely. Okay, can I stop being so fucking fast? Surely we won't get hit by the counter, right? Envy resonance after all. Oh my god, well, rip. I hate speed, I wasn't paying attention. We just failed the mission. What happens if you fail the missions, by the way? We wouldn't have, yeah, would have gotten hit by the counter anyway. Rip. You die. There's not how you do envy resonance. It's literally the word. Shut up! You're all these. All evil. Here. I've cleared this already in normal mods and I'm not doing the hard mode. Why is Ishmael so envious? Truly the most envious Ishmael. Wait, no. Why do I keep taking IDs that do not work well with what this stage wants from me? You're normal or it should be? Yes, I'm on normal. Why does everyone think I would do this on hard mode? Automatically. Are you not playing on hard mode? You must be a stupid idiot. Yes, I am a stupid idiot. Look at me. Playing this game that makes me stupid to begin with. How? Wait. Where did this one come from? Thank you. That's unfortunate. Wait. You have 4 speed. Okay, you can clash with the 3 speed ones.
I see 2 purple skills. Good enough. Welcome back middle team.
You're so right, man. You're so right. Can I ban him for the mod harassment? What mod harassment? What is Pesta doing? It suck. This mission literally is just win clashes. Really like the visuals on the Ahab Mael. They're so cool. I don't know, I like the vibe. He has very cool attack animations on this one. What came first? Middle team or Ahab Mael? How can people hate on Drifting Blade Ryoshu when she has a cute little bubble? It was just what we got, people start hitting resonance. Let's see.
High slop? No, I call it bandage wrapping fetish.
I see. He questioned I came first, obvious. Okay, I see. Bam! Da 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 da! And bam! I don't know, I like this a lot. She has very cool attack animations. I don't like that she's killing herself with it though. What do you even do? When gaining poise, gain 3 additional poise. Okay. On hit, inflict additional bleed. Okay, this is like none of what you do matters. Can't counter if you're dead. Or staggered, I guess. Not really dead. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god, how close was that to a stagger? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, how close to stagger was that? My predictions were off. Dear manager, please execute me. 10 minutes playing Bingus at the moment, of course she is. Yes, she is. Bingus. So is probably any other Limbus streamer that has a time zone that works for this and is playing new content. Why wouldn't Tenma be playing Limbus?
나를 계속 고용해라. 홍원의 여러 협객 중 내가 별나게 보일 수 있겠지. 하지만 그 후엔 흑수들보다도 뛰어나다는 걸 알게 될 거다.
Next one. Stinging.
너와 나의 목적이 이루어진.
Oh, right. The one and only. What the fuck is this team? Why are they? Hey! What the fuck? Oi! Oi! Charge team, huh? I don't know, I only follow you and don't see any other Limbus folks and recommend it. That is probably very sad. They have a better team. They are mogging your ass. They have up tier 4 eagles. How mean. Wait, I'm supposed to use these two? I don't think it's sad. I don't know. You could be watching others. Look at Poise and the Charge too. Actually, wait, shit, I'm stupid. Hi, Kyan. I did notice you, I just forgot the shout out. That's not entertaining. I don't know if I am. You finished Railway 5. Tessa. What the fuck? Do you know how long that took me to beat? Do you know how long it took me to beat fucking Railway 5? But I guess I also didn't use whatever you had. Wait, which one is Railway 5? Is Railway 5 the one with the Blood Fiends? Or the one without Blood Fiends? Blood Fiends? Holy shit. Okay, well, there was all good opinion about you now. I already know how Pesta plays. Pesta knows how I think about that. Really? Now is the time for young Yi-sang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form. A spectacular invidiae. I assume that we all have first-hand experience with static shock. Huh? Does static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know what the latter stings, the same manner as the former does. I'll comprehend thine. I ill comprehend thine explanations. I see. Explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote. You've always been fond of, held great respect for the illustrious color fixers. Am I correct? Therefore, Hohenheim is just gone. Maybe not like that. Maybe that's a... What I don't like is when people use Riensang to skip any and all difficulty in the game. If they somehow manage to make it difficult while using Riensang, or do something very difficult while using him, that's a different thing. But if the thing becomes easy when you use him, then what's the point? This game is already very short if you go the easy way. I should be second to none were my passion for me them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. Imagine that you are part of the excited few. Oh, indeed! I have mentally placed myself there! Proceed! Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Like Fofo! Fate plays such cruel jests on my pitiful soul! Now, imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours. The chance was robbed. It would be quite the jealousy burning within my heart. Painful tingling sensation in my... Oh! You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. Hey, you two! With the chin wagon, get in there! Verily! Then onward to a new adventure! Then I shall follow. Quite envious! So, any specifics for Dawn? Because if no, then I'm inclined to just bring the two. The two lobotomy egos. Be fire. That's easy, yeah. Sure. We can do those two. No, it's... Oh, 3. No, it's fine. Someone said be fire. They like that idea. We shall be fire. It's that Iron Lotus. You need to level her either way. Okay, then feel free. Maybe I'll use her in another point. Wait, it's 2 on 2 and then 2 on... I don't like this. Each unit defeats the Pacatulum that has taken their shape once. Ah, okay, so Dom needs to kill this one. It is all skill. Is that skill 2 or skill 1? It's all skill 2s. Okay. Wrath.
Die have 200 HP. Tickle der Armpits.
Because Yisang decided to... Are you... Yisang! What's your head coins? Oh, there they are! Why were you hiding them? Hi! Yisang was... I swear to God, this man.
Now Yisang got cooked by himself. This is not ideal. There is both wings when we need it.
Also, Lemao, 40 SP after turn 1. Gotta love Yi-sang for some time. Ah, yes, nice. I get the SP. It's at 45 SP. Okay, we did the thing. Yi-sang, where the fuck are your skills? I do not want you to clash with that. If I can prevent it. Surely. We just counter it. Surely. Yi-sang, take it. I guess it's a charge ID without charge because it's his first turn. I shouldn't have been scared of the S3. Yi-sang, please. Rock their shit. God, I love the Leo. Remember, it's charge. Yeah, I was like, why was I afraid of a charge ID on the first turn when they can't do anything? They have no charge. Is that Magical Dawn? She does charge, she has yellow hair, and she feels magical. I think every Dawn has yellow hair because they are Dawn. Okay. This is, by the way, the point where Uito should not be watching anymore. The price of curiosity. Okay. Hey, look at stats. Shit, I didn't. I can look at the stats. I think we just got. Yeah, I told Vito that this would be spoilers. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi-sang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometimes after we ran our final tests. Yeah, you wouldn't think from his... No, Pesta. No, you don't. No, you absolutely don't need to see what Vito has. Because I think someone that has played for 3 weeks should not have almost every single Walpurgis ID, Mao Faust, Rien Sang, and probably whatnots. So, no, I don't think you need to see that. You can check them out still. Maybe you like their vibes anyway. Maybe you like how they play. That's what you call a whale? Yeah, pretty much. We just said he has money on the side, so he wants to spend it on this. I just... Please vacate the room, people. Clean up, coming through. Apologies, Miss Don Quixote has ought to... Thee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. Oh no. Oh no. What?
7번이나 꽉꽉
Huh?
졸라 매줬잖아요.
How? I remember tying it like 7 different knots on your shoes. And yet we are quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon.
하긴 그건 좀 안 예쁘긴 했어.
Oh yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute.
아이고야.
As players pay for the Project Moon anime and not Kimchi. One of us and not Kimchi's next VTuber model. I hope his next VTuber model is just very cute. I wonder if he's gonna make the Menhera one in 3D. We should kill day 1 players. They have every ID. Thing that's different. It's not like you use. I hate. Why did I start this? Now it's the only topic I feel like talking about sometimes. I should not have started this. I am the envy Pekatulum, I guess. Maybe I'm just envious of people that can play games and have fun without thinking. I think too much, maybe. Oh boy. Yet, one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Huh? Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. Fuck me, I almost fucking wiped my entire keyboard in coffee again because I am. I wish today would end. Just. Ah! That's not the people. Cotton Corp. Is that like a lobotomy corp, but cotton? Hello, Raiders. Welcome. We are just casually enjoying the event, and I am a bit miserable today. I'm sorry. I'll try my best to not get the mood down. Hello. I hope your luck in the banner was good, unlike mine. The Hohenheim yapping session. It's a very interesting intervallo. I love it. Guess how many pulls for my Gregorheim? Is it more than 80? Because I used everything I had, which was 80 pulls. Not surprising after the whelp. And I got nothing. So anything less is just fantastic. So congratulations. You still have pulls from whelp? Yeah, because I got everything in the whelp in like 50. Which is now my payback, obviously, for having been quite lucky in the whelp, I guess. But I wish it was the other way around, because I need this ego for my favorite Faust. I want this ego. Technically one, because Gregor showed up in the first in the row. Well, I want the ego, but it's okay. Get the ego in the. It's nice. I'm happy for you, Tommy. I'm very happy. Like I said before, when I am unlucky in a banner, everyone else is lucky. So I guess this is my payment. It's okay. I'm trying to not think about it. He is not happy. No, I'm not happy. I am just trying to not ruin everyone else's mood more than I have already. I will send you blessings. Thank you. Maybe I'll get the ego from the pulse we get from the event. Or I'll just have to run mirror dungeons again. I wish I didn't have to. That also means I have to wait an entire more week. not run MDs yet. Hey, it's weekly reset since today. You should run an MD. Got a dip. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for choosing me for the raid target. Always feels weird. Good luck with this mode. Yeah, I should be doing hard mode, but due to time constraints, I'm only doing normal for now. I'm just reading the story and enjoying the happenings. It's quite interesting. God, Limbus story. Okay. Was a query posed towards Miss Faust. Yet I appreciate you answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. Huh? An obvious outcome given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to collect it, huh? Good thing we're in the lab too, where we are, where also we gotta get another chance to do that. This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. When Dawn unleashes the dogs, shit hits the fan. Sure did. But that is... It was but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Ease on thee! Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell! What if we slip the shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LC department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. Construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its wall. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction of the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. I forgot that Hohenheim really decided to fuck around and make all of us find out. He sure is, currently. Also, It was so funny. Wooey wrote me, like, oh my god, the hard mode Sancho is beating my ass. And I'm like, wait, Sancho? I literally forgot that I ever fought Sancho in this intervalo. Outcome not available. Reason. Subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude the dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in a course still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unliteral termination, I suppose that is because the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Zero might have spent almost 3 hours on Ricardo. Mrs. Mary is still stronger opponent. Yeah. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Isagna will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto her feet at any moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me! Not with such excessive anticipation all! There shan't be any new revelations here! Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layer does not possess quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such an unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knots those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest well, Rocinante, for I... Sinners and I were all quite nervous. But none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother! Oh, Mother! Our existence is in death, in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my hand. In my hand. They are the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? Oh, what? It affects Dante this much? Me who hasn't read to count to 7? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink. I must.
단테, 정신 차려요.
Dante, wake up! Oh, ain't this a lot like the last time at the building? When the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Yeah, but you know, like this much. Thirst.
Balls.
My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay now.
뭘 봤죠?
What
단테.
did you see, Dante? We want to bring Don Quixote back. We're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. Well, that's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it. You've been listening to what the executive manager's been saying. It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So, you're going to sit here and do nothing? Oh, ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right. Yi-san, shoes! Shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet! I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her.
이 담배는 꽤 고급이군.
Ryoshi's like, well, my last cigarette at least is a good one this time. This one's a luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even in a state that is, all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something! You haven't seen how hard the last hits! What would be the use of panicking now? The outcome does not align with the predictions. The first course of actions should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you.
호기심에 대한 대가를
Time
치를
for us
시간이네요.
to pay the price of curiosity. Hey, do we get to use 12 sinners? Probably.
Tip: First skill kills.
Why can't I deploy my funny
Go
woman?
eat a MOBA.
In burn we trust. The first skill kills. Maybe I should just... Ardor Blossom. Go, explode. I can use you for the first time ever.
자리에서 대기하겠습니다. 지휘를 받는 거.
Turn check.
Turn check? I mean turn check.
함께 이번엔 일이란 개체 유형 확인.
What do you mean turn check?
열차내 정리 요원에게
Stand short, 2630 HP. Face offense level, yearning for blood, and hull blood. Use for special skills. So this one kills. Deal 10% damage for every bleed on the target. 200%. For every half blood. Okay. Consume blood feast. Heal up to 45 SP. There isn't enough blood feast. Gain 20 bleed and heal up to. What the fuck? Gain shield HP equal to remaining blood feast. Increase blood feast by HP damage dealt against the target. Target is defeated. Increases blood feast by the target's max HP. What? Well? This isn't going to go well, is it? Leave in the dodge! Surely! How bad is it? Oh yeah, sorry I missed the turn check.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사개서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 성신합니다.
You think Honglu is okay? He is! Wait! This did no damage. Wait, huh?
신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
Wait,
긴장하셨나요?
huh?
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
What?
도움이 된답니다.
Huh? Why? Did I? Huh? Is this? 85? You think Sancho's a bit stronger than the average enemy? Uh-oh. Can splash with the speed regardless of skill, regardless of speed. Okay. So our goal would be to stagger her before she does anything. So the slowest one clashes with this skill. And then hopefully she staggers before.
Balls.
Balls indeed. We will not stagger her before she does that. We have 3 more skills, and they are all weak skills. No, never mind! Staggered. Does she just unstagger though?
Try biting her toenails. I bet she gets stage red from the shock.
I think she did get staggered from the shock, yeah. It don't do too much damage. Or do too much damage. How much damage are we gonna do? We did 300 with what we had now. Just gonna take more. Stack the burn. I want to have the second stagger bar ready. Like, I want to use that still. This he knows. He does not knows. Okay, well... Surely we can do 400 damage? Unlikely. Let's tank it. What? Oh, okay. I think they're dead. I'm not sure though. And how about actually made the sound? Hey Sancho, are you good? I must. I have to beat the mother to all of them. Family stars. It's lady, you needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here, you are a sinner, nothing more. Okay, wait. 3? Wait, this is what he had to do? He didn't even use this against Valencia. I think.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어.
Good job, Isan.
제법 손에 익은 듯하오.
He wanted to finish it quickly. I guess. That was the last one, right? Before the dungeon? Hey, I don't need to refill my stuff. Which means I can do this. Hey. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone. You should place it on Hohenheim? I don't think we've seen the full extent of Virtual's strength. Nah, probably not. It's not even the quest. I understand that no one would have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight. This was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Shot. What happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Manager, Esquire, my memories were fine. But there were... I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. Oh, but the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancheland was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead.
그건 맞네.
It is, indeed. That is correct. I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still.
그중에는 나디금 목소리도
It is not a responsibility of the guy to cut the bus trips short. Who would severely intervene with Limbus Symphony's goal. This is where Virgilius gets sanctioned after Brigadine's basement incident. Ah, yes, the Pecatula incident.
나의 바람과
It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was.
앉아 있었다고 해요.
But since then, does that make her the first kindred, technically? Or is she still the second kindred then? What incidents there is still in Counter 5?
그와 동시에 본인에게
I
지금까지
was
참아왔던
struck not only by my own thirst,
그들의 목마름까지
but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst.
그래.
Indeed.
내게도 갈증이 있었네.
Indeed. I am also bound by that thirst.
혈기니까.
It's only natural,
미치겠지.
because I am a blood fiend.
결과적으로
Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and
수감자이자
I
동물.
hurt you all. As Don Quixote the blood fiend, higher kindred, not as Don Quixote a sinner, and your friends.
그들을 해치게 되고 만 걸세.
곁에 씨.
Don Quixote, this isn't your fault. It's...
아니,
No!
그런 말을
Such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied.
상부에서는 자네에게 정기적으로
The higher office will now regularly supply you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes.
일반 혈액과 성분도 비슷하고
The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply.
설마 자네의 충동에
I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge.
실제로
I have done quite well suppressing it thus far.
맞네.
Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB.
오늘 자네가 한 것처럼 그
Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated.
잠재적 위험을 해소하기 위해
Is it
일부러
your
실험을 강행했다는
implication
건가요?
that the
호연하이.
purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger?
그렇다기엔 전혀
Oh, I don't know.
순수하게
Seems like he was into it. Only the sake of his curiosity.
타이밍이 적절했을 뿐일세.
Call it merely the auspice of opportunity, opportune convenience. His risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested the forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as the void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Leo Ishii, yay. And Chicken Cliff. And Hook Honglu. And lol, 2 base ego Otises. Indeed, it is true. the Manchagan kindreds have completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land. But you still heard the voices of your children.
무슨 이야기지?
What are you trying to say?
피에 담긴 강한
I
구석으로
aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood.
LCD에서 보낸 현역 보고서에는
LCD's cooperative
혈이 단순한
report
영양 보급의
explains that
의무가 아니라
blood is
무성의
not
가치까지
merely a
모두
carrier of
담는 무언가라고
nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well.
두루뭉술한 보고서라고 볼멘
We
소리를
sent in a
내던
complaint
그
that the
현장
report
출입
was
팀장이라는
far
작가가
too
분명히
vague
또
in its
놀라웠지.
wording, and we received a reply. Their on-site investigative reasoning team leader sped out, the contents of which were equally fascinating.
그들의 욕구,
This desire of
즉
their
발전,
kind,
가문의
this
피에 녹아들고
thirst,
새겨져 있는 것과
something that
마찬가지라더군.
may as well be
그것을
imbued
혼자
and
짊어지는 것은
imprinted
무거운
on
일이니
the familial
가족을
bloodline.
그 중압감을 나눠
Normally,
짊어지는
the way of that
일반적이지만
thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate. To bear the unbearable burden together.
가문의 핏줄이 단 하나
But
생존할
considering
소원에서
that
전부가
all of the
나눠졌던 것이
desire is
감정으로 합쳐졌을
focused onto an
때
individual,
일상을 유지하는 건 어려운 일일
on
테지.
account of the extinction of her family line, it is easy to see why her whole sanity was so easily broken. No matter the strength of her will,
가문의 권세를 다시
she alone
일으켜야
was
한다는
made to
책임감,
bear the responsibility,
의무감,
the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again.
그리고 그것들이 어느
Because
방향으로도
none
실현되지
of
못하고
those
있는 것에
needs
대한
are currently met, there
갈증,
comes the endless, exasperating thirst. Thirst, and more thirst.
그런 무형의 가치가
It is quite
자네들
fascinating
혈기에
to see
대한
how
허리케인
your
이론으로
kind
보존되고 있다니
preserves these
경이로울
very
수밖에.
abstract values in the physical form of blood.
갈증이라는 활자로는
Mere
예전대의 현상이
words
발생할 것이라고
thirst
상상하긴
is
어려웠지.
quite insufficient
그것만은
job
의미가
of
적일세.
describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I admit.
본능을 뿌리치려는 것에 대한 노력
I
자체는
do
존중하는데
respect your
하지만
efforts
지급받는
to
혈액팩을
be
소홀히 하지
liberated
않는 것이
from your
좋지.
nature. I truly do. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs.
알겠네.
Understood.
하지만
But one day,
언젠가는
I wish to dismount from Rocinante
땅을 밟고
and walk with bare feet
하고 싶고
and feel the earth under my own skin.
그래도 한 가지 긍정적인 사실은
I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however.
무엇을
What might that be?
신발을 벗어도
That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report.
아직 불안정한 상태지만
Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable.
다시 한번 말하지만
Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really,
해본 적이 없거든.
because I've never had much use for it myself. Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, Her eyes had regained their usual, softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice, despite her theatrical manner of speech returning. Her tone reminded me of our time at La Manchaland.
모두들 미안하네.
My deepest apologies, dearest friend.
신발을
Forsooth, I shall ever perceive to see that Rocinante, my shoes, never to be removed again.
야, 방향이
Ah, lass, you're looking at it all wrong.
언젠가
You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah?
노력해야지.
That's what you're going to persevere towards.
그래야지.
Verily. Holy shit, supportive fucking Heathcliff. I'm sorry? Bro is being a bro. For once. And not an ass. Bro can be a bro.
Let the grippers breed.
Why does Sonic breed? O3, this is your fault. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter.
그런데
Didn't read the Sotri. Yeah, Ping, actually I didn't read the Sotri. It's a real character progression. I'm looking forward to it. Ah, Manager Esquire.
혹시 본인에게 말해주지 않은 것이 있는가?
Perchance, is there aught that thou concealeth from my knowledge? Man said for once, like he didn't have her back in 7. Okay, yeah, but I haven't read Canto 7 yet, so I don't know. You can let them breed, I don't mind. Oh my god, so many Fausts. So many fists. What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop.
그렇다면
Aye.
되었어.
Verily, then. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Bro! Crushbound past actually yeeting Ryoshu. Also, that's 3 Gregors. The Crushbound past was so hilarious. Like, by the way, I don't think I asked or heard you talk about it. Why do you pronounce Don Quixote in such a funny way? How are you wait, how do you pronounce it then? Because that's how I learned. That's how I learned to pronounce it. Quixote?
Buenos dias. We are looking at how to pronounce the name of the ingenious gentleman. This Spanish novel published in 2 parts in 1605 and 1615 and authored by Spanish novelist Miguel de Cervantes. This is one of the most influential work of literature from the Spanish Golden Age and the entire Spanish literature general, one of the most important books from the Spanish language. So how do you go about pronouncing this? With the typical Spanish pronunciation, the X in Spanish is pronounced like a J, like a J. So you have to say Don Quixote. Buenos días. Don Quixote.
Okay. What? German school taught me ass. Don Quixote. Buenos Aires. You type out Buenos. You typed Buenzo. Penguin! No! It's one of those days, huh? It's okay. Buenzo sounds funnier. I like Buenzo more. I should ask Cat speaks Spanish. Buenazo, of course. Okay. Don Quixote. The hierarchy. Oh, is this about the ranking? Oh no. Oh no, this is totally about the ranking. Okay, I have to go to the toilet real quick and grab something to drink. Give me a second. I'll make it quick. I'll piss in my drink and then I have something to. No. No. Power scaling part, if you want to talk about it, go and die! I thought you were memeing. I mispronounce stuff for fun all the time. No, actually, that's how... I think that's how it was always called back in school. And that's how I learned it. And obviously, it was German. So I didn't meme. I just didn't know. Maybe you never was in school. You can't do the job I do without having been in school. Pun quick shorte? Bro, are they retarded? I thought I made it sound stupid. I guess Heathcliff really is special. Well. Also, I just realized I can technically do what Hohenheim is doing with his glasses with my model, if I find out where the layer of the glasses are. So I could technically do that. If... enough that they are half in... I can find it. Okay. How would that work? Oh. Okay, but this is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. I forgot how it works. I would have to check how that worked. Because I know there is a way to do this. Because I don't have much time. Yeah. I thought I could do it quickly. I forgot how it did it. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Owenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Yo, I'm alive! I'm glad you are, Itsune. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses with those of your current selves. Which means? Indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment compatibility as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oi! That's plenty of significance, alright? Well, we've all gotta know who's the big boss. But this is still a speculation. The worst case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case of our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown, yet inexorable circumstance, unavailable. Why is she looking like that? When I become the new manager. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale, were they to be measured by the strength prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting, however, how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. Ah, you're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the tests from you would be quite meaningless. Each of the placements in that line. Oh, sushi! I got jump scared. Terra, a journey. Oh, yo, you have the book? Oh my god, that's P. That's so cool. That's like almost unobtainable. Bite-sized jump scare sus raid. Okay, can I bite you then? Suspicious iguana. Did you finish it? Did you... Are you done? Or not yet? Did you fight anything cool today, Sussy? Maybe 2 hearts and ended at Pale Stag. Ah, I hated the Pale Stag. It was such a fucking annoying fight. It's just tedious. But hope you'll have fun with it. If Pale Stag... Wait, is Pale Stag what I remember it is? Yeah, it is the thing. Okay, it is the thing. I hated that fight. Except for the nice fight. Yeah. Agree. To be honest, many of the later fights feel tedious. I like the later fights more, actually. Funny enough. But yeah, that pale stag was just my worst nightmare. I hated it. Everyone in their kid has double damage. That's so you. So everything becomes patience. Or skill. Anyway, we continue. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I have ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my feathers. Yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I. Deal. Oh, there's Wade. 이상. Oh no, he's No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. I'm fainting to sleep there, so I'll be off. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't have luck today in Limbus, but thank you regardless. Yi-Sang sweep. No, Yi-Sang, the line is the other way around. I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yi-Sang, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. So, Dawn is first for a reason. How are you before Ryoshu? We don't know yet. From here, the sinner's weirding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Oh no. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right, Yi-San? Ah, well, it's quite the bashful occasion. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. What is this, the strongest at loving me? On second thought, it appears that I would be best if we left the commando to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Lotus mumbled through gritted teeth. Sooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as defending fixer or as squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoy greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see that this discussion is not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important?
원래 세상은
Nah, that's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, alas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, were you not? Nah, who cares, mate? That's 12 of us. Wait! Not being part of the list now makes a lot of sense. Potential man! Is this where the fucking potential man thing comes from? Because he was never measured? He could be anywhere. The latest count has given us a glimpse of what he could be. We love potential man. Nah, who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. Oh no, why did you say that? I guess somewhere around my level probably. On Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. Yeah, we had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Acceptance. Yeah. All the researchers are like, They really hate that, huh? In other words, you're a case that cannot be well placed in a list or scale. To do so would be irresponsible. This makes so much sense now! They did not want to unpack that. They did not want to they did not want to open the zip.gregor. Or gregor.zip rather. I'd say you carry a certain potential. Potential is it? Does that mean I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. I didn't want to open the can of worms! That also works! Although it's cockroaches, but yes! Gregor.zip better stay zipped. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. It's funny getting consoled by the guy who plays last. Well, you could be even further back, Gregor. Who knows? Stupid ranking. New classification. All you need is an abusive mother. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however. But it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even the bloody governors gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be aware. Book has a map. Oh, sick. Are you gonna post pictures of it in our Discord? In my Discord? That'd be awesome. As you all must be aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight, because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp. Our classification had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels is the amount of their energy production. Wait, so it's not the... Wait, so Wow, Zane, Teth, Aleph are not risks? They are energy levels? Ah. Or is that something else they mean? Is that not what they mean? Like Zane, Teth, Wow, Aleph, such. It's a correlation of sorts. It was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy. Their destructive capabilities were not part of the criteria, despite the correlation. How many people they can kill? That's why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite the potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed by a direct confrontation, as the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once had someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions, risk levels, classification codes. Oh, wow. Interesting. So, whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you ask me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Oh, wait a second. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta, the other way around, this assistant. We gotta do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Conan's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. Fate of an abnormality. Is that just Moses? Is the person they are talking about just Moses? Because who else would be able to describe distortions this well? The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When the distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have the reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion, like that Time Ripper fella, will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to the subject HE6PL2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Just a particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say that with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Did Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found the time-ripping ability quite fascinating. Sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he's something is the new classification code format? Indeed. It's difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of the distortion. We decided to forgo that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigrita, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pekatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that the Pekatula are at once the origin of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts. The affinities can be transferred one to one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capabilities, I'm guessing? I remember saying them saying the risk levels were determined based on the encephalon production rates, which is not the most meaningful information for us to have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numeric scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that make such a linear measurement quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage the entities in battle. With this, Time Ripper poses very little threat against sinners due to their idiosyncrasies. The unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That's why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, on a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system and these values are only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One of the highest potential values among Limbus Company's business. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. Sex dungeon. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace it so willingly.
모든 것은 위험하네.
A great
위험하지 않은
danger.
것은 존재하지
But
않지.
wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all time?
위험을 정하는 것은
The
언제나 그
arbitrariness
정도에서
in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk.
알다시피 여기 있는
As you must
모노리스는
already know, the
강제로
monolith
뒤틀림을
here
유발하는
is a
장치죠.
device that can force a distortion.
황금가지처럼 도시
It is
곳곳에 퍼져
scattered
있지만
throughout the city,
모노리스는
just like the
뒷골목의
golden
손가락,
bow,
조직부터
at
시작해서
first only in
지금은
possession of
피고자는
the
여러
fingers
회사에까지
and the syndicates of the
질병처럼
back
퍼지고 있다네.
streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague.
더 나아가 몇몇 날개에서
We also learned
주요
that they
사안으로
have
검토
become
중이라고.
rather high priority targets for some wings out there.
다행히도 우리는
As luck
그들보다
would
빠르게
have it,
모노리스를 회수하고
we
조사를
managed to
시작했고
begin our
결과적으로
research,
지금은
expedition,
가공과
and
판매까지
collection
하며
of the
사업을
monoliths
확장하는 단계까지
much
도달하였다네.
earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of this artifact, expanding our business ventures.
조금만 느렸어도
You
날개와
could say
이빨을
that we
도모해야
narrowly
했을지도 모르겠네.
avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts.
그랬다면 나나 자네들이나
Because we may have to
날개와
confront
싸워야
the
했을 수도
wings
있을
directly, were that the case. You mean like the golden bows? Thank you.
궁금한 게 있는데요.
Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level?
이스 불안하게 그런 건
You see, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answer to?
아니,
I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the association?
어느 정도인지 아는 건
I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case.
알아서 나쁠 건 없을 것 같아.
Seems like a question worth entertaining to me.
뜬 소문부터 도시의 별 중에서
Let's see.
도시
Bokgak,
정부에서
star
도시
of the
악몽 꿈에
city.
배정받을 것이.
I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between urban plague and urban nightmare.
도별은 안 되는 건가?
Not star of the city yet, are we?
제 등급이 붙길
It
바라는 것만 같고
almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level.
부활과 인격
It is
기술의
true
잠재력과
that
위험성은
you,
크고
upon first sight to your revival powers, the potential, the identity
명확한
technology,
약점이 있지 않나.
may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have very clear and obvious weakness. Yeah, Dante.
네.
Indeed,
관리자가 사망할 경우
all of our
그 모든
advantages
능력이
will be
상환되는
moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit.
저희가 지키면
What if we protected them though?
자네들이 조우했던
I am
적을 떠올리고도
impressed by your
그런 이야기를 할
optimism,
수 있다는 건
given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far.
자네들의 업무 보고에
We
있어서
don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incident with the fixer Siegfried
당장 자네들
or
곁에
Big
있는
Brother
상관 시간과
Ricardo.
전력으로 관리자만을
I read
노린다면
from your reports.
자네들로 지킬 수
Should the
있을 것
third
같은데.
sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No.
그럴 리가.
No.
그저
The
자네는
flow of this world is
그렇지
that
않을
the manager will be
관리자가
preserved,
보증하는 흐름의 세계.
that no such thing may come to pass.
거기까지만 말하시죠, 호행하임.
That's enough, Hohenheim.
그 이상 말하면
Any further divulgence,
당신에게
and
줄
Faust will
징계에
open a disciplinary
것입니다.
committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. The Faust court did not agree to let him say this.
아무튼 자네들도
Ah,
언젠가 도시의
not
별까지
yet.
닿을 만큼
There are
잠재성이
we.
있다네.
Very well.
최선은
Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Yeah, we can't have another Limbus company. We can't have another L Corp become a fucking star of the city, right? Happened too many times already. And please don't forget that this is only true so long as you have Limbus companies backing. Hey, so I have a question. How long is the dungeon? How long is the dungeon? Hour or so? I can do an hour if it means I'm done. I guess burn. It's always burn. 4 to 5 fights tops. It's not about the fights, it's about the story, Dominic. You know it's not about the fight. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned so far. For me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry. My hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see the monolith here? Yeah, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't worry. My researchers will be the one to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact. Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing to participate to this extent, to this experiment. I swear, if you are going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Hey, yeah, hang on! I can't let you do that! Even as your assistant! Oh my god, he's so happy about being his assistant. He's like a little lapdog. Yeah, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. Otis. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You are going to distort yourself. Am I hearing you right? You curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming. I'm sure this is a question we've all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. But it ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that. Assistant, it will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. You know why he was so happy to be his assistant, right? I don't know, because he called him smart. What if you just end up turning into a Pekatulum? LOL! You could end up becoming a Pekatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that?
확실히 그렇게 될 수도
Ah,
있겠지.
it is indeed a possibility.
그럼 나는 딱
It would
거기까지였던 거야.
signify nothing more than my very own limitations.
이도 저도 아닌.
Just a mediocre shell.
그러면 여기 있는 직원들이 나를
Such an
격리실로
incident
옮겨주겠지.
comes to pass,
어떤 죄종이 될지
his
내게
employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of peccatulum I would turn into.
팀장님은 탐식에, 저는 질투에, 이쪽은 나태에 걸었죠.
You bet on Gule, I on Invide, and her on Pigrite.
하지만 아무리 그래도
But how could you?
단순하게 생각해 본다면 말일세. 내가 죄종이
Think
된 것은
about it
쉽게
like
말해.
this. If I were to become a peccatula, I would be akin to losing a game of chance.
물론 꽝이라는 건
But being
단지 그
appreciated.
시점에 내가 어떤지에 따라 정해질 뿐이지만 그저 죄종이 되었다는 사실만으로도
Count to 6, 2 p.m. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact that I turned into a peccatulum
내 삶의 가치는
reaves me of any value of life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt too simple of an expression to describe his tone.
회사는 죄종이 된 나를 격리실로
The
옮기고 싶어
company
할 테지만
would most likely
내 의견은
attempt
조금
to
달라.
transport me
그러니
to
현장에서
containment
똑바로
unit,
처분을 해주도록.
but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot.
나는 기질적으로
I am
누군가에게
well
험한
aware
사람이
that I am
아니라는
not
건
the
알고 있는데
kind of congenial
자네들과 그다지
person
친밀한 사이로 발전하지도
who
않고
earns others'
큰
favors
거부감은
at
들지 않을
first
거야.
meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most emaciable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down.
비록 신군같이
Of
마음이
course,
다소 무른순한
sinners
자가
with gentle
너에
hearts
대해
like
반발을
this
표할 수도
young
있겠지만
Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision.
죄종이 되었다는 건
But once I become a
호엔하임이라는
peccatulum,
개체가 죽었다는
may
의미와
as
다름없다.
well mean that
그러니
Hohenheim,
남은 피조물인 죄종을
the
죽이는 것에
entity,
죄책감
has
같은
ceased
불필요한
to be.
감정을 가지진 말게나.
So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the peccatulum, a mere byproduct.
하지만 만일
But what if something unexpected happens?
아무리 그래도 인명이
We're talking about your life here.
매뉴얼
Don't you have
같은 거라도
any manuals with backup plans or?
간단하네. 둘 중 하나.
This is a very simple
꽝이냐,
matter.
꽝이냐.
Nothing more than the flip of a coin. Heads or tails. At 45 SB, and it becomes tails.
아직도 그 허무맹랑한
I appreciate that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory.
나는 평범한 연구자들과
I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics. Unlike the general lay of the academia,
연구에도 낭만이라는
I
것이 있는
believe
법이야.
there is a certain
책상 앞에서
romanticism
끙끙댈
to
바에는
research.
많은 임상 케이스를 확보하는 게 설레는 거지.
It is so much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind the desk, poring day and night over books and papers, isn't it?
꽝이 나왔다면 곧바로 나를
It's
처분하면 되고
tails, then you may dispose of
그 뒤에
me
일은 여기
immediately.
직원들이 알아서 해줄 거야.
The employees there will take care of the rest.
그 열쇠와 캐비넷에
Don't
있는
forget
파일에
to
대한
destroy
소고를
the key inside the coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example.
네, 기억하고 있습니다.
Yes, we remember.
만약 내가
If
무사히
I
그
would
유니시였다면
successfully
잘 받는
distort, we would be halfway to success.
처음으로 자네들이
For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy of you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh?
만일 내 설명을 지금까지
If
잘
you've
귀담아
been
들었다면
paying attention
내
to my
뒷부분도
lectures,
아까 말한
perhaps
규칙에
you could
맞게
even come up
일련번으로
with a
추측해 볼 수도 있겠지.
classification code for my distortion too. going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I recently came to the realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of social niceties. Oh no! Uh-huh. Then the manager there will open the entrance to my dungeon of the fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts.
오채분 씨.
Hexa section.
여기까지 성공했다면 심상 던전 밖에 나는
And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variation is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim has recovered? Canto 9? Safely contained within our facilities. Ah, seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen.
잠깐, 정말 이렇게 헤어진다고?
Hang on! Just like that?
최종은 되지 않으셨네요.
You are not a peccaturo. Indeed, and I will always love you. Can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know you'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code? I don't think you'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersold? It will be done as you commanded. God, Mersold, I love you. Mersold nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotory Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentiality. Anticipation. Right hand. The moment Mersold uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. Something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I need to expose every little detail of it. It's all the past now anyways, isn't it? Love how he just censors his past in the dungeon. Hohenheim's Fathoms. Gambling! We're at the starting point of the dungeons of the Fathoms. We found ourselves a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. You have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test. Take only one single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greeted us all, and the same words appeared ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here. But what we find there are ego gifts. Aw, these ain't ego gears. These are them gifts or something, right? Hi, Heathcliff. It appears that ego are manifested here in the shape of ego gifts. Can we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? Duh! Burn ego gift? For me? We take the Flaming Gauntlet. Clash wind with a base attack skill that inflicts... No, I want to read it. Inflicts burn count, inflict +2 burn count. Basic skills that inflicts... Each skill gains offense level equal to the number of copies of each skill. If a skill has 3 copies, gain 2 additional offense. Okay, so skill 1s are now really strong. Cool. Was confused at this part when I did it. You know, there's people when drunk but fully aware that's Hohenheim but distorted. And I realized only mirror dungeons had ego gifts, and ego gears are what they use to utilize Normality's powers. Oh. Why do I feel like that's Elisa? L Corp branch control team. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to pacify my distortion. Reach the end of this dungeon of fathoms and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. This is... It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. What is that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, do something about it! I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that is much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. Huh? You used to work for Lobotomy Corporation? Is that actually a surprise? One of my past careers, yes. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any proper progress. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Yay! God, that burn gift is ridiculous. Can you tell what Abno these are from, by the way? Can you tell what Abno these are from? Because I can't. I don't know. Level 50. Hooah! Yeah! Healed! Wheat Lantern. Oh, like the Dawn ID. I assume. Yeah, like the Dawn, the Wild Dawn. Oh, bro, how am I supposed to see who's winning a clash here? I think he flipped! Bro actually lost the clash. Why? My cock lost a clash. I can't.
유혈적 폭력 사태의 진압 가능성이 50%를 상회했습니다. 승객 일부의 문제를 감지했으나 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 요소가 큰 문제가 아니라고 판단하고 있습니다. 노고에 감사드립니다.
Okay, he's back. A small bird, maybe. It's Clark! What are you doing? You know, you're supposed to use his counter, right? I thought his counter was only for when thingamabob. I thought counters were only for when you want to use Lord Lu. So you don't, you're not a Haitian slot player. This is the second time I've used chicken. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opened up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening in on the conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? Counter gives him buff. Okay, I shall use that then. If so, try this on. In the researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug or a testing machine of sorts. Surely, the ever-trusty explosive Faust. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Faust go. Faust took off the gear and presented it before the researcher to return it. They simply shook their heads in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Good old re-ignition plug as well. They are treating me so nicely, Burn. This is ridiculous. This is gonna be such a cakewalk. I mean, you are supposed to take a Burn team into this, I guess, because they are also all Wrath weak.
그런데 이 사람 정말 뒤틀림 된 건 맞아?
No, how do we know this guy's actually distorted?
말하는 것만 들어서는
He doesn't sound any different from his usual self.
뒤틀림이 이성에 어느 정도 영향을 미치는지는
The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. The burn canto. I mean,
그렇지.
I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms.
하지만 호hen하임 씨,
But Hohenheim,
이곳은 심상
you're in a dungeon of the fathoms.
보여주고 싶지 않아도
We'll see through it with Dante's powers,
우리는 도달하고
whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? You are to see them anyway. Allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. His tale began when a man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I really like this outfit. I really like old researcher Hohenheim. Or like young researcher Hohenheim. Ah, Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. Do we know this person? I wonder if the season is long enough for me to just farm and chart every day. Yes. Usually they kinda are. And I mean, you have also already gotten stuff with just farming. With just pulling. Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. You are here to express your displeasure with me. The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling this would happen. 3 months. Not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. This is about quitting. Then you would find a much better audience among the human research team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you. You're picking me. Some dude from the back streets to work here. How was you who made the hiring decision? I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. You know what I mean? But I had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criteria was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company, just like its players. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguished features that set me apart from ordinary men. No, I meant the Lobotomy Corp players, but hey, pretty sure I don't have trauma. Couldn't think of anything right now, right off the bat, but that doesn't mean the psychologist couldn't find something. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine. Thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee. He was even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, I keep at it. One day I might even find myself living in a large nest, changing my world, little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So, I'm thinking here, that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Wanna know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation. You get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the backstreets. Or was that thinly veiled threats of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new admiral that just got shipped in. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. With your mind screwing up with all kinds of strategies or whatever. As long as it's based on hard logic. Wanna shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the backstreets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such an inane conversation. No! The remnants of the past have come to haunt us. Let me guess, she said you lied to us? Perhaps it is I who they truly wish to hurt.
열차 내 정리 요원에게 안내 말씀드립니다. 현재 특정 객실에서 소요 사태가 발생했습니다.
But what if Raph?
받아볼 테니까.
사령 출진.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에
Absolute Raph. The zero resonance. Angry Bird mode! I love this so much. He is so cool. I like how they just go.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
결국 해냈네요.
What? After Trevor to be making nice ASMR? Yeah. That was great ASMR. It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. You didn't notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways? When your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. Now this is the potentiality I was talking about, man! The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board! Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You left us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out as fragmented. You left us! Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind! All former Elcor. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, leaving the employees in there with the abnormalities. Hey, what is the sound? Whole structure is quaking. What the hell is this? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95, 94. The escape pods to the surface are here. There's only one left. They're saying the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival, in case of a crisis such as this, usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. So, who prioritized the fairness? Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods, such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. In more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument as suggested before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good in your debt payments. Me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Yes, That is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and escaped, boarded the escape pod elevator, and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The alcove brand, the Bornheim's Dungeon of the Fathom, begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with. I invite you to come face me. The distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Oh my god, that character is quite a lot longer still than I thought. Oh. Cyan-hued fairy flutters towards the wiry ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways, as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, countless yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey Lantern. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Fey Lantern? It's a Midwinter Nightmare, right? Right on the money. You know your Fey Lantern. But that's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a bony twig. It seems to have come directly from the Fey Lantern itself. Every time Rupture activates 3 times on an enemy with Rupture due to... What? Okay, that's useless to us. Angry bird. I hear angry bird noises. Oh, this is a focus encounter? Huh?
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
How does I should read up how the counter boosts Copcliff.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Okay.
특이성 감지 센서 청소 타입
Just boost you.
요원 여러분의 활력
Gain 3
징후가
blood
높아짐을
flame next turn.
확인됩니다.
Ah. Student inflicts plus 1 more burn. Rupture plus 2 device. Student has its effect. Heal 3 SP from staying and killing an enemy. Lose 1 second thing. Ah, okay. I was like, wait, 3 is max? And they can just gain 3 for free? That seems a bit too busted. And yes, it is.
그렇게 서 있으면 기차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
So we are going to give Hohenheim a therapy session, I guess. Or not. Actually, there was no reason for me to pick the harder fight. Lol. There was actually no reason to pick the harder fight.
신속한 처치를 부탁드립니다.
Hohenheim doesn't need therapy, bro needs new friends. Okay. Mayhaps. I was about to Wedgie with Harry. I'll say Wedgie. Ah, yeah. Maybe. I love Hohenheim, like Lanternheim's sound effects. They're great.
요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 화력, 추진,
Ooh, nice tremor sound. Ooh. Get tremored. Wait, this fight wasn't a dungeon? Good thing I chose the other one. I feel like the other one would have been a lot easier or faster, because there was no reason for me to pick this fight. Like, we don't gain cost or anything here. Like, why did I do this fight? Just to prove a point that I could do it? No. It's the easy mode dungeon anyway. The normal mode, I guess. Not easy. And burn. Yay. Is he stupid? I am. Stop asking that question you know the answer to. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead of us? We will help you with the best of our abilities, should you accept. You know, allies. You witness. I think this is just a new thing. And I think it's not the chapter, I think it's a certain bear, no? I love to see some proper enthusiasm, yes? I like your attitude. Take these with you. It will help in your investigation. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked with the sinner and began examining. Once they were finished, the sinners were in all tip-top shape again. Yeah, it's just the LCE. It's useless to us. Yes, it is. Yeah, I knew it. The cocaine bear, literally. Oh, that's cool. But also, oh, I wish to have this. Yeah, I heard the bear is interesting. This is cross control. I don't know. I don't know what the bear does actually. I don't know if the bear can even attack high grounds enemies, high ground units. Maybe he will be useless against me. We arrived at the entrance of Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me or return safe and sound to where you came from. Or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. He can? Oh, that might become an issue, but we'll see. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hey, Hohenheim, you... Do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. That's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from him earlier. They told me that you're the right pompous bloke, but that's thanks to you. I can continue research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working towards. I can't tell you yet the event, so we will see. It's Hohenman! Hit after clash. Okay. It's on use, so I can for once offset this. In a reasonable amount, in a reasonable manner even. Honestly, just... He can take it. The call with my father. He helped me to deploy the website for the client. Yo, your father is tech literate? I guess that's where you got your... I guess maybe that's where you get your interest and all that from. My father's way more tech literate than I am. Damn, okay. That's rare. My father would fall for the easiest scam. But he's like handyman 100. Ah, red coin. Ooh. Actually, I didn't read the log yet. So he's he. Holy hell, why is it gotta be my job to write this report? I didn't feel like writing it myself. I was going to ask someone to do it for me. Had I known this was going to be my responsibility, there's no way in hell I would have accepted this. Being his assistant or whatever. Well, what have I got to say? Looks like he's just as much of a pain in the arse as he was when he was human. His outfit didn't change much. But his neck got stretched out like some broccoli with eyeballs! My father's a master of everything. Oh, my father is really physically a master, like... Yeah. I would trust him to build a house. I would not trust him to set up a router. Even if he did that back in the day. Like, for the family, he did that, but... I wouldn't trust him nowadays with that. I do. Also fucking broccoli with eyeballs is great. Oh, maybe the outfit did change. There were those shadowy hand things stuck all over him. He was putting up quite the challenge, shooting laser beams from his head. Absorbing something, siphoning our energy. Oh, and he's been observing us through the whole mess, too. I guess these habits die hard, even after he's distorted. And once he's observed us for a while, how do I put it? Yeah, his attacks hurt more, as though he's analyzing our weakness. And that's pretty much it for the changes. Rogue's just as irritating, eloquent as ever. You know what though? He sure is bloody pompous, but I don't know if he really is that much of a bastard. I've been feeling something familiar going on between the researchers here while I worked as his assistant. It's like a bond of sorts. Kinda like the same family-like solidarity I felt before when I was part of that backstreet syndicate. And, well, if we're being honest, even you lot don't ever take my suggestions seriously, do you? But he does. Whatever dumb suggestion I make, he listens earnestly. Sure, he'll shut me down, but at least he'll listen before he does, and explain why I'm wrong. He doesn't just look away pretending I didn't say anything. He's not gonna fight it from distortion or whatever experience this is. So, let's bring him back. It's what we do best, innit? Aww. Actually, W. Heathcliff. Also, yeah, okay, aww. By the way, looking at Hohenheim's design, you can see the hands holding onto him. I wonder if this means overwhelming guilt for being a survivor. That's what I thought! That's what I thought too, Ping. He just likes when people touch her. He has a degree in chemistry, worked as a head of security, can build a house, rebuild a car, does plumbing and electric work, radio amateur, and right now works as a full stack programmer in Serbia. Is he God? Your dad, like, my dad is competent, your dad is genius. Also, how do you end up getting a chemistry degree and then not doing anything related to it? Huh? Damn, no, that's unexpected. I thought you two would be like oil and water. I guess you grew pretty fond of Hohenheim, huh? We've all been too hard on him, that's why. Alright, Heath. If you need anyone to lend you an ear, come to me. How's that? Oh dear, aren't you the one who's always ignoring Heathcliff's inputs? Well, that's because Dante told me to. Okay, blaming us, sure. Actually, compression, dismantle, conduct analysis, trigger extinction sequence, and contemplation. Also, can we talk about how it's all skill once from him? Is that normal? I don't always pay attention to this shit. Encounter start, apply one subject of observation on all enemies, then gain poise potency count equal to the number of units with subject observation. Turn starts, apply to targets without it. For every 10 on the target, inflict one more tremor. Established hypothesis. On turn 3, gains a new pattern and prepares to use a powerful skill. After turn 3 is over. The above effect activates when this unit has 30 poise count at the turn end. If this unit did not take any HP damage during the preparation period before using the powerful skill, greatly enhance the skill. Does not count damages taken by shield HP. In 1 point potency every time this unit inflicts damage with an attack skill effect. The target is 15 subject of observation. Gain more. Gain count for every time this unit takes damage from enemies' attack skill effects. How many passives do you have? Maladaptation. When weakened due to a choice event, this passive replaces adaptation. Oh, alright, you can weaken his passives. Yeah, critical hit damage does not increase, it increases. Gain shield equal to 30% of missing HP. Shield cannot exceed 50% of max HP.
Actively gets passives.
Shield takes 100% damage from rupture effects. If the shield gained due to this effect is destroyed, for the rest of this encounter, gain defense level down at the start of every for every instance the shield has been destroyed. Inadequate defense mechanisms. It's choice event thing. It takes more damage. Turn end. Siphon 10 SP from targets with higher SP than this unit. Maximum 3 targets in descending order of SP. Does not apply cumulative on the same target. Does not activate if Hohenheim is panicked. Turn end. If in panic, you set SP to 0. And you can't change his panic type. Okay. Literally just hit him now. I mean, sure, we get hit by this, but it'll be fine. Conclusion, beat the shit out of him. Conclusion is correct. She did not blow up yet.
특이성 감지 센서에서 흔치 않은 이상 현상이 예고되었음을 안내드립니다.
Yeah, and Hohenheim so goated he managed to change Pigbird's weapon into a crossbow. Yes. Yes, I know. Although we now know that apparently that's not something unique because, well, someone else also did that. Hey, consume half of poise. Has a lot of poise potency. Sure. Damage Tiger Slayer's perfected flurry of flurries. Yeet! I wonder how Encorp is doing with her ego research. I hope terrible. Also staggered Lemao. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It's exactly as you've seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I can see nothing from your view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may have been reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? No, you've got a lizard, Rain, sorry. Especially when you're well aware that in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? There is another side to the story you've told me. I just hate this cheat passage. You're running away from something. Faust relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away? An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away, to deny and evade what was happening. What has happened is too pathological of a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve the problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself to set me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in a very rare case where I find myself in a tumult or emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. Oh, Hohenheim is the exactly opposite of me, I guess? But I must admit one thing, now that I've conducted some level of cold introspection. I will admit that I wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I can't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. Bro is staggered. There's nowhere to flee the phantoms we find ourselves in. It is entirely me after all. I'm not sorry. Godspeed, idiot. He got killed by Sinclair. He got killed by an ammo carrier. Escape pods to the surface are here. There's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. So do we know this one now that he's uncensored? Ah, look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. Hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can leave you all behind. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without... not without everyone. This isn't what a right man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise! Take it with you, to the surface! But Johan... what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. He gets his song? Wrath is such a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the fathoms slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. I've returned, safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. Hi. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Oh my god, that's so mean. I was like, what does the sentence mean? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. That's so mean. Wrath is a hideous emotion, don't you think, Sarah? It is hideous. That makes me quite hideous. Because it's not easy to put my faith, not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world that continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer is to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems the classification for my distortion is HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Ornheim's researchers waved at us. Well, we'll meet again, right? Oh boy, you have no idea. Yes, you will. No thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. That's so funny. Surely we'll never see him again. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. Because he's old! All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held a certain potentiality within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilius were waiting for us. That was a very nice adventure. Maybe I'll stream the hard modes on Saturday. We're gonna make fun of Martin's teal. That's okay. You can make fun of it later. Well, I'll be damned if I don't try. Look, we did the event. Surely! Surely now! Oh my god, I hate it here. Fuck me. Oh! Oh! Never mind! Still only one. Ego? Wait, I know you can see it, right? Is it the ego? Please be the ego. Please be the ego. Please be the right one. Yes! Okay! Yes!
그러하나
Fuck yeah!
별빛으로 만들어드릴 수는 있답니다.
My baby girl! Okay. Ah, nice.
A moth.
A moth, indeed. A moth. Yay! It only took 90 pulls. My congratulations, Ron, you best sinner.
I need a fire potion. Coots, I'm digging that virusy.
Cool. Should I now just do the rest? Sure. Surely I will get Gregor now too. Watch.
Fastest.
Okay, no, I won't. But hey. Yeah. I can finally save Faust. He's safe. She no longer needs to explode. Tempting fate usually doesn't reward. Yeah, that's true though. Right. And I need at least this. When this unit uses the skill, does not die at the end of the attack. Instead, it's just once per encounter, but hey, it still helps. You know, the more I got triple star IDs, the more I realize I will get 50 shards from free. Probably. Actually, I see Faust might be something I go for next. She's available, right? Yes, she's available. She's from season 6. Season 5, I guess. Yeah, she's season 5. She was an event once, together with LCE Ego Lantern. Do not shout this man! This man is from the event at the moment. Now you have to deal with Ada Faust's second worst enemy, red coins. Eh. No, because... Actually, no, I don't. Literally... No, it only prevents her to die from burn, right? If HP drops to... Yeah, no. It's... No. No, it doesn't. Red coins don't matter to this. She literally can't fall below 1 HP during the skill. Oh, I don't know if while using the skill counts as while she gets hit by red coins. I actually don't know. Wording could be wrong. Yeah, but it's only that skill. Yeah, and it's not like any other... It's not like red coins are only an issue for LCE, Ego, Ardor, Blossom, Faust. You say that like this is the only ID that has a problem with red coins. Also, may I present you with a 10 plus burn, coin power plus 3. On use, lose 5 burn. On evade, lose 5 more burn. A dodge skill. She literally has less issue with red coin skills than other IDs. Okay. I should probably apply for Enclair. Maybe. Pick an ID with 20 burns and 3 turns on themselves for some reason. The chicken IDs is so funny because literally he just... I have seen this man heal himself fully from the brink of death with this skill. It's so funny. They literally saw Aloe Blossom Faust and were like, okay, this is a cool mechanic, but what if we didn't have to kill the identity for it? And then made the U branch. Anyway, it is way too late, and I'll have to look for someone to raid. Probably Venobi? She's live. I guess. Oh wait, Kyan is playing Limbus. You guys, everyone that's still staying awake, can go to Kyan and watch more Limbus. He's probably doing the hard mode. Yeah, looks like they're doing the hard mode. Surely nobody would run new branch only. They are cool. I would run new branch only if I had both. I mean, I can run new branch only, but that's just the solo then. Which still is cool, I guess. Why are you using his... Okay, maybe we don't raid him. He's using... Wait. No. They must learn. He's using... He's using Rian-san. Why? We shall go... Raid Venobi. Yes, Venobi. Look at her cool new model she made herself. And thank you all for listening to the entirety of the event in one go. See you all tomorrow with Ark Knights, Chapter 16. Me and Vea will be reading the story. Bye bye. Good night.
There, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hello, raiders. Hello. My name is Venobi. I am Space VTuber, digital artist, Ark Knights Mulder. I was working for 5 hours. Hi, O3. How was your stream? How was Bimbus